Starting early this morning because it's our pleasure to recognize and welcome our new board member, Miss Chrissy McInturf from the 1st Congressional District. And Chrissy is our educator. As required by law, we have to have one educator on the board. And I couldn't think of a better one than we can have than a former Teacher of the Year. So we're pleased. So if you will just meet us up front here, Daryl and I and Dr. Morrison will officially pin you and welcome you. Now you can take a 5-minute break. It's 9 o'clock, and I call this meeting to order. And to begin with, we'll ask Casey Griffin on her staff to call the roll to establish a quorum. Mr. Griffin.
Mr. Cobbins.
Here.
Ms. Hartgrove.
Here.
Mr. Holt.
Here.
Mr. Smith.
Victoria Harpole, designate for Dr. Smith.
Mr. Jensen.
Here.
Ms. McInturf.
Here.
Mr. Mullenhour.
Here.
Mr. Morrow. Mr. Wells.
Here.
Mr. Chairman.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have 9 members present.
I declare that a quorum is present and we are duly convened. We want to start this meeting off first, officially welcome our newest member, Ms. Chrissy McInturf from the 1st Congressional District, and we had a pinning ceremony with her before the meeting started. So welcome, Chrissy. We look forward to your participation. Always the teacher, the educator brings us a perspective that none of us others have. So thank you so much. Are there any other comments from any other board members before we get started? Well, let me ask Dr. Morrison to give us a review of yesterday's workshop.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, for those of you that joined us virtually or in person yesterday, it was a busy, full day. We had discussions and presentations from a number of different agencies and individuals, starting with Stephen Gentile from the Higher Education Commission, talking about college going rates, looking at that data, good conversation around additional data that would be helpful to analyze as we all try to understand K-12's role in supporting post-secondary success for all of our students. We heard from Mr. Jay Baker at the Department of Labor and Workforce around some alternatives to the current high school equivalency exams, and that'll be something that comes before the board today. Appreciated that conversation with Labor and Workforce. We heard from Debbie Thompson at the Department of Education around the ESSA plan and all the engagement that has been taking place over the course of this summer and some of the next steps that they are planning in conversation with the federal government around that important plan. We heard from Sam Percy, also at the Department of Education, around some updates around TISA implementation, the first year of our new student-based funding formula in Tennessee. That was quite informative, good conversation, and trying to understand some of the supports and resources available to districts as they begin the first year under that new funding formula. We heard from Deborah Knoll and Lori Paisley at the Department of Education around standards that are before the board today related to CTE, health education, and physical education. And finally, we heard from Martha Moore at the Department of Education around educator diversity. So it was a full set of conversations. We finished with our legal team just asking for questions around the licensure discipline cases that'll be at the end of the agenda today, but it was a good full workshop as always, and look forward to another good full meeting today. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, and I do want to thank each one of the speakers that we had yesterday. They were outstanding and I think gave us a lot of information which will help us as we go through our voting today. With that, I also want to remind everybody to please avoid speaking over each other, to request to be recognized before speaking. This allows the public and the members to follow the work and the discussion more clearly, and also for presenters to identify themselves by their title and position for the record when presenting. With that, we'll move on to our agenda. Our first agenda item is our consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Jensen.
I'd like to request that item C on the consent agenda be put into for discussion.
We have a request to remove item C, move it out of the consent agenda. Is there any discussion to pull, any objections to pulling it out? If none, then we will pull it out and immediately take it up after the consent agenda.
Mr. Eby?
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Chair Hargrove.
I would also like to note, and this is not to be pulled, but that there's a correction to the minutes of June the 22nd. When the roll call was taken, Victoria Harpole was listed as Victoria Hartgrove. Now, where'd they get that name? I have no idea. It's just a simple correction, that's all. Thank you to Harpole. It's a promotion for
So we
me.
will make that change in the consent agenda. Any other comments about the consent agenda? If not, can I have a motion to accept the consent agenda as changed and also pulling out item C?
So moved.
Vice Chair Cobbins moves, Mr. Jensen seconds. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. So that brings us then to item C on the consent agenda. Item C is the State Board of Education quarterly meeting dates. We had presented to us some proposed dates for that for next year, and Mr. Jensen, would you like to?
I'd be happy to. Larry Jensen, I'd like to propose that we consider for the August meeting next year an alternative date. I think with yesterday we've got end of vacation, start of school, that's the first part of the month I think is challenging for a lot of people. And our attendance here obviously is very important by members, and specifically on the workshop day, just that there's good information exchange. So I'm not sure I have the right date, but I would suggest perhaps more in the middle of the month after people get back to school. I'm sure there's also some people out on the final vacation before school starts. So I'd like to put that before the board I would recommend we look at that, whatever the third week is there, the Thursday and Friday in that third week, and that would be my suggestion.
So currently we have the meeting being proposed for the Thursday and Friday, the 22nd and the 23rd of August, 2024, and you're suggesting the 15th and the 16th?
Great.
I will say this, is that one reason we're moving it back from where we are this year is because of the start of school, and as you said, people are on vacation, busy time, so moving it back, that was our reason. Is there further discussion on the 15th and the 16th? Is that? Anybody have any objections to moving it back to the 15th and the 16th?
Would you like a motion, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Jensen.
I'd like to make a motion that we change the dates for 2024 for August, 15 and 16?
Thursday, the workshop Thursday the 15th and board meetings Friday the 16th.
For our quarterly meeting.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on that? If none, all members in favor of accepting and keeping the other meeting dates as proposed, correct? Okay. Let's vote on the amendment first. All members accepting the amendment to change to the 15th and the 16th for that quarterly board meeting signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion carries. Now can I have a motion to accept all the quarterly dates? Mr. Jensen?
I'll make that motion. I make that motion.
Mr. Jensen moves and Mr. Wells seconds that. Any further discussion? If none, all who approve these quarterly dates for next year signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. That completes our consent items, and before we move into our report items, I do want to officially welcome our new commissioner, Commissioner Reynolds, to the table. She was here yesterday for our workshop and actively participated and brought on a lot of good information to us, and we look forward to you participating in our board meetings. Thank you. We move into our report items. First item is State of Education board member updates. Mr. Cobbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few weeks ago, myself, Chairman Eby, and a number of state board staff members attended the Education Commission on the State's policy conference in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The gathering of policymakers from legislators to board members and folks that work in government across the state and advocacy organizations as well, covering a range of topics. And it was extremely informative for me as a board member to sort of see the macro issues that are at play in education across the nation. And we had some exceptional plenary speakers who just talked about the importance of computer science in education, particularly embracing AI and using it as a tool to teach students and for them to embrace it because it's here and it's only going to become more pervasive. Also, a great discussion on the fact that learning and work are becoming inseparable, and that ultimately, they mentioned this, I don't know who they were referring to, but they say there are people among us who will live to be 100 years old. And we all looked around the table trying to figure out who that was.
Some of us are closer than others, though.
But their point was that in the continuum of life and work and learning, that rather than the traditional approach of learn, earn, retire, that we will see more learn, work, learn, work, learn, work, learn, work over that 100-year lifespan. And that the nature of work today and the evolution of work today and learning will become synonymous and inseparable, and change what we know today as education. So a number of also great breakout sessions one I attended was on data sharing among agencies within government that touch education, and also special education access and funding. So it was a great opportunity for us as a team to be hearing the same information from national experts and to have conversation among ourselves about ultimately how that impacts Tennessee and what we can be doing to be better advocates and better policymakers. So thank you for the opportunity to go and attend.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Cobbins. I'll say a few things about that too. It was interesting to hear that the issues, the challenges that we face today, whether it's licensure, retention, reading, are the same challenges that boards face across the state. A couple of the sessions that I thought were really of value that I attended, one was on pre-K, universal pre-K, and West Virginia was there, and they presented, they have a universal pre-K, everybody from 4 years up, and if there's space available for 3 years, and it's paid for all students. You know, there's a Vanderbilt study that said that pre-K, the value of pre-K runs out after about third grade. One thing that West Virginia talked about, and that was brought up, was that one reason that value runs out is there's not a continuum from pre-K to kindergarten to first and second. So the standards aren't set for pre-K to then match into K. So in K, you're just basically repeating what you had in pre-K. But by setting a set of standards from pre-K through 12, you eliminate that. And they said they've been very successful in that. So I thought that was very helpful. In the AI session yesterday, we heard, I think, about code.org. They're the ones who presented at that. So that was very interesting. So it was a good opportunity for us to participate, and I think we'll be going back to that. So, Dr. Morrison, you got any comments about it?
No, it was great to have the time together off-site too with our new leadership, Bob and Daryl, and a couple of our team members, other members of the Department of Education, others were there. So it was, yeah, always a good conference, a lot of learning, a lot of good connections with others in other states who are wrestling with similar challenges. Yeah.
Other updates from other board members?
Chairman Eby?
Yes.
Yes.
Vice-
I have two, and I will try to be as brief as possible. I'll start out by saying one of the greatest pleasures as a board member is to be able to visit in schools. I'd rather do that more than anything else. And so I did have the honor of attending on June the 1st at the invitation of the former commissioner to go with her and Governor Lee to Alvin C. York Institute in Jamestown, Tennessee. I think most of you are aware of that institute that began by World War I hero, Sergeant Alvin C. York. And so it was incredibly impactful to see the effect that one man had by his vision and his passion for ensuring that students in a rural setting have access to a quality education. And so to go there and to see, in particular, the way the superintendent showcased the students, that was really the highlight of the day. They were all asked to, there were about at least, I'm going to say 20, maybe 25 students who were asked to speak before those that were present, and you can imagine how intimidating that could be. They were all so incredibly well-versed and articulate, and they didn't stumble, and they were just so, you could tell they were very proud of the accomplishments because they reported on academics, their successes, career technical education, athletics, which, you know, it's important to have those in the mix, and so they shared that, but that was not the highlight. It was the academics and certainly their career technical education programs. And then they took us on a tour of their 125-acre farm. It is an actual working farm, and it was just fascinating to see all aspects of that farm. And one of the one place where we spent a lot of time was in the, I want to say, the cattle barn, and they have a process where there's artificial insemination of cows. And you might be interested to know that Governor Lee was the first one to do that during that site visit, followed by Commissioner Schwinn. And they sort of had a little bit of a competition going, but Governor Lee said, there's no way. I'm not sure that he was really gung-ho on doing it. But at any rate, it did give all of us an opportunity just to see what a working farm looks like, and how, for me, and I think for others too, to see how the vision and passion of Alvin C. York is coming to fruition through what's live today, what's working there today. And you would not have necessarily known that it was a rural school except for the farm component. So they're doing incredible work there, and you can tell the students are very proud. So that was a highlight. And then on July the 19th, I was invited to be a panelist on one of SCORE's Institute that they're hosting on workforce and career preparedness for students. And so I was asked to be on a panel that was focused on the rural equation, which dovetails very nicely into where I live and the constituents and the counties that I serve on the board. And so as a panelist, I was one of three. But the program, if any of you have been observing any of those, it starts out with a guest speaker from another location. And we did have a guest speaker from West Texas who, it's Collegiate Edu-Nation. And we had their chief of staff who presented to us on a model that they have developed in West Tennessee that's working in a number of districts. And they modeled it in a way that it's not everybody is prescriptive in how they must do this, but it's certainly very flexible. The model is flexible and allows for unique differences that exist in different school districts. So after that, after she spoke, then the panel, we were asked a series of questions. So Representative Chris Hurt from the 82nd District, Congressional District, I guess that's how it's titled, and then Sean Kimball, who's the superintendent of Lauderdale Schools, and myself, we were asked to serve because of the work that each of us have done in our own capacity. And so we were asked a series of questions about what do we need to do to make sure that students in rural areas are provided with the same opportunities that students in larger communities and in urban areas have access to. And so we had a really good discussion, and it would take a lot to kind of recap what we said. But the bottom line is I think replicating what is working in other areas of our state would certainly make sense. And we have a lot of successes that are happening in Tennessee. But to be able to come up with a way that we can sustain that and that somebody else carries that and keeps it going regardless of changes in administration in schools, in governmental administration, so that if we have something that's working and the data is there to prove it, why stop it? And I have personally witnessed things stop that were working well, but no one was shepherding it, if you will. So that was one of the things that I had recommended. But there were great discussions, and those are the highlights of what was the experience like. So anyway, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair Hartgrove. I was also going to mention this summer, SCORE has been having this sort of summer series institute on the career to workforce. I was able to sit in on one of those panels that was focused on durable skills, the importance of durable skills. And by durable skills, we mean creative thinking, teamwork, collaboration, and the importance of those students learning those in their K through 12 that they can then take out in industry. And then Dr. Morrison was able to chair a panel, and then Vice Chair Cobbins will be on one. What's the date on that? 16th of August. So it's been a good summer series and that SCORE's put on, and we've been fortunate to participate in that. The other thing I'd like to mention is Superintendent Study Council meetings are starting up again for the new year. I encourage all board members, I know our time is valuable and can't always participate, but if you can, it's an outstanding opportunity to interface with the district superintendents, understand the challenges they have, and to listen to what they say. And so I know across the state, those will be starting up later this month. So just encourage board members to participate as they can. Any other comments? Mr. Jensen?
A couple of things. I attended a meeting, in I guess the last 30 days in Brownsville, where they brought together a number of the state legislators, both Senate and the House, and the mayors of some of the towns in West Tennessee. The two Ford executives who have been charged with getting 6,000 people ready to go to work in about 18 months were there. It was a great discussion, very interesting to hear their perspectives. In particular, Haywood, Tipton, and Lauderdale counties have come together and they're creating what they call the HTL University, which is to put together their resources to create a cross districts approach to how they educate the kids in those three school systems. Pretty interesting what they're doing. The Ford executives, I haven't been to a lot of high schools in my district, but everyone I've been to, one of my first questions is, has Ford been here? And the answer is, oh yeah, they've been here 2 or 3 times. So they are really aggressive, very interesting. Man, Andy Bianco he's moved to Jackson, and he's the Ford executive. He's been with Ford 39 years, and he's opened plants all around the world. Just a very interesting man, and got a lot of background experience. I also, Vice Chairman Cobbins and I had a wonderful lunch last Friday with Commissioner Reynolds, and it was a lively discussion, and we were so glad to get to meet her and just talk about a lot of things and get her vision. I think, Mr. Chairman, at some point, I would think the board and the public would be interested in a little bit more detailed introduction of her and her background, and because it was very, very interesting. And thank you for coming here, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Commissioner Reynolds, would you just kind of give a little bit about your background and history? I think that's an excellent idea.
Oh, I'm 58 years old, so there's a lot of history. But you know, bottom line, I came here from the Foundation for Excellence in Education. So, in addition to Education Commission of the States, I hope to see all of y'all at the National Summit in mid-November. But no, I just have I obviously came from Texas. Prior to that, I had 9 years at the Texas Education Agency. Started off as senior advisor and ended up as chief deputy commissioner, which was different from Commissioner Schwinn's experience. She was more like the chief academic officer, and my role was more like a COO, like an operating officer. But obviously with all my sticky fingers in policy, because I love policy. I'm a policy geek, and that's why I went to work for Excel and Ed, having similar interests with my great boss, Patricia Levesque, former boss, obviously. Did some work at the federal level. I worked in the Bush administration. I worked in the Office of Legislation and Congressional Affairs. And my 2 big bills, if you call them that, were the IDEA reauthorization and the Head Start reauthorization. And so I got to see IDEA get almost finalized, but I wasn't there for the signing. But it was still quite the experience because of the incredible people that we had at the Department of Education, both career and political. Again, worked a lot, worked for former Governor and now President George W. Bush, did his legislative work as a deputy legislative director, and we're 2 state senators. But education, so what I like to tell people is when I was promoted to legislative director for Senator Bivens, that meant I got to sit on the Senate Education Committee. Like, it was a big deal. And so I even get chills thinking about it because it was a true promotion, and it really paved the way for who I am today. So grew up in Harlingen, Texas, down in the Rio Grande Valley, 30 minutes from the border and 30 minutes from the beach. So lots of opportunity, have fun, and stay out of trouble. So yeah, that's about it. But yeah, I'm always welcome. Lake, just grab me. I can talk all day.
Well, thank you, and we look forward to working with you. And I'll just say that every member on your staff that we interface with always does an outstanding
Absolutely.
job as we continue to build that collaboration relationship between the state board and the Department of Education.
Yep.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any further comments? If none, we'll go to the next report item. That's the Tennessee Investment and Student Achievement Act allocations, and Ms. Mary Ann Dursky.
Good morning. This is a report on the Tennessee Investment and Student Achievement allocations for this fiscal year. In 2022, the General Assembly passed the Tennessee Investment in Student Achievement Act, or TISA, which transitioned Tennessee to a student-based funding formula for education. This was the first major revision to the formula in 30 years. The formula will be used for the first time to generate funding for Tennessee public schools in the 2023-24 school year, and is accompanied by a $1.1 billion investment of additional state dollars. The allocations include a base amount of $6,860 for each student who is counted in the average daily membership, or ADM, for an LEA. The allocations reflect the base, weighted, and direct allocations for each district. They reflect a 70% state share of the base, weighted, and direct allocations, with the remaining 30% being shared collectively by the local education agencies. To determine the local contribution for each LEA, the fiscal capacity formula equally weights, first, the ability of local jurisdictions to raise local revenues by measuring the ability to generate local revenues from property tax and local option sales tax based on a model developed by the Boyd Center for Business and Economic Research, or CBER. And secondly, it uses the ability of local jurisdictions to raise local revenues as determined by the multiple regression analysis model developed by the Tennessee Advisory Commission on Intergovernmental Relations, or TASER. Tennessee Code Annotated 49-1-212 requires that the department prepare a fiscal analysis of any policy, rule, or regulation proposed to the State Board of Education. The attachment outlines the TISA allocations each LEA will receive in the 2023-24 school year. This item does not require any LEA to increase the local contribution to meet the TISA local contribution amount. And finally, this item is for informational purposes only, and no action is required on the part of the board. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Ms. Dursky. Questions for Mr. Dursky? I think we're all anxious to see the implementation, and I think this is a great thing for the state of Tennessee. So
We look forward to it as well. Thank you.
thank you. Before we go into our agenda items for action, I do want to recognize three other people in the room, three members of the state board staff. First, Mr. Jacob Williams. This is his last week serving. He's been a paralegal for us and is going to move on to law school. Was it Northern Kentucky? And we wish you the absolute best and hope you'll return. So best of luck to you. And the new paralegal that's coming on is Tisa Smith. I think Tisa's, she's out there. Yes, there she is, right there. And we welcome you to the staff. And then we have one other paralegal who is also going to start law school at Syracuse University online, but going to stay as a member, and that is Taylor Bates. And Taylor, great continued your education. So just wanted to recognize those three members of our staff. State Board has an outstanding staff, and we're very fortunate to have each one of you. And Jacob, we wish you the best. So let's now move on to items for action. First reading, physical education course standards. Ms. Lori Paisley.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, board members. I am Lori Paisley, Senior Director of Coordinated School Health at the Department of Education, and I am here to present the physical education standards. TCA 491302A8 authorizes the State Board of Education to set policies governing all academic standards and courses of study in the public schools. Additionally, State Board Rule 0520-01-03-.031 calls for the State Board to adopt standards for each subject area, grades K through 12. The approved standards are to be the basis for planning instructional programs in each local school system. State Board Standards Review Policy 3.209 requires that the board review all sets of academic standards at a minimum of every 6 years. The Tennessee Department of Education conducted stakeholder outreach during the 2022-23 school year to identify revisions to the physical education standards, including but not limited to the following opportunities: the Tennessee Association for Health, Physical Education, Recreation, and Dance, also known as TAPERD, Annual Convention, October 23rd through the 25th in 2022, via email with statewide physical educator listserv in January 2023, and various efforts through the Coordinated School Health Coordinators throughout the 2022-23 school year. These stakeholders included Tennessee physical education teachers, curriculum leaders, and higher education faculty from across the state. This item includes new and revised standards for each of the following grade bands: grades K through 5, grades 6 through 8, and grades 9 through 12. Standards revisions in grades K through 5 prioritized optimizing clarity for teachers to observe and assess students, and expands some lesson focuses to include multiple domains. Standards revisions in grades K through 8 better support the transition from foundational skills to skill application and transferability, restructured standards to pair outcomes in both the psychomotor skill domain and the cognitive domain, adjusting sequencing to suggest ease of facilitation for skill acquisition, and combining grades 7 and 8 as a singular benchmark. Standards revisions in grades 9 through 12 include appropriate language updates to better align with changes made in the grades 6 through 8 standards and elevate verbs in the cognitive domain. The Department of Education recommends acceptance of this item on first reading. The State Board staff concurs with this recommendation.
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Paisley? I'll ask one. I noticed in the standards they've taken out the forward roll.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain why they did that? Or
Yes. Forward rolls, unfortunately, are not that safe. And so one of the reasons why they chose to remove it is for the safety purpose, but also some of our teachers don't always have accessibility to mats for students to do the forward roll. So there are other rolls like the log roll in our standards, so they still have that, but just not the forward roll.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'll again make the comment that I made yesterday about the importance of the Tom Cronin Act and elementary education and fighting our obesity issues that we have within Tennessee. So
Thank you.
we have a recommendation for a motion to approve the new standards for physical education. We have a recommendation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Vice Chair Cobbins moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Holt seconds. Any further discussion? If no discussion, all in favor of accepting this signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next item.
Thank you. You ready for me to go on into? Now I'm going to present the Health Education Standards Review. Again, TCA 491302A8 authorizes the state board to set policies governing all academic standards and courses of study in the public schools. Additionally, State Board Rule 0520-01-03-.031 calls for the state board to adopt standards for each subject area, grades K through 12. The approved standards are to be the basis for planning instructional programs in each local school system. State Board Standards Review Policy 3.209 requires that the board review all sets of academic standards at a minimum of every 6 years. The Tennessee Department of Education conducted stakeholder outreach during the 2022-23 school year to identify revisions to the health education standards. The stakeholders were recruited through recommendations from coordinated school health coordinators around the state. The participants were divided into 3 committees, elementary, middle, and high school, and included health education and lifetime wellness teachers, school counselors, school nurses, and coordinated school health coordinators. The committees had representation from each of the Grand Divisions of Tennessee, as well as 1 member of higher education faculty. This item includes new and revised standards for each of the following grade bands: grades K through 5, grades 6 through 8, and grades 9 through 12. Standard revisions in grades K through 5 were made to better address the developmental levels of elementary students. Grades K through 5 standards now include vaping prevention and occupant bike pedestrian safety. Grades 6 through 8 include new and revised standards for the following components and subcomponents: personal wellness, and that's general health, nutrition, physical activity and fitness, and disease prevention. Safety and prevention, vehicle occupant safety, water safety, prevention, including bike and pedestrian and weapons, and technology safety. And human growth and development, relationships, and pregnancy and reproduction. In substance use and abuse, core concepts, and refusal and risk reduction. And then in the mental, emotional, and social health component, conflict resolution, social health, and mental health, including depression, stress, and community resources. In grades 9 through 12, which is the Lifetime Wellness course, that includes new and revised standards for the following: in personal wellness, disease prevention; in first aid and safety, vehicle driver and occupant safety; in human growth and development, relationships and adoption; in mental, emotional, and social health. Emotional health includes developing self-care and adverse childhood experiences, and in mental health, that includes when to seek help. And then in substance abuse and use, risk reduction. The Department of Education recommends acceptance of this item on first reading, and the State Board staff concurs with this recommendation.
We have a recommendation for new standards for health education standards. Are there questions for Ms. Paisley?
Mr. Chairman, I
Chair
don't have a,
Hartgrove.
thank you. I don't have a question. I just want to make a comment. I'm personally very pleased to see the changes that have been made, especially in light of today's environment and the things that children are facing. So I'm excited. I just wish we could implement them sooner. It's unfortunate that we have to wait till next year. It's my understanding, correct, that it goes
Yes.
into effect for the following school year. But thank you so much for the great work and your team to get these standards changed.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Yes, I think the focus on mental, emotional health, safety, all those areas is great.
Thank you.
No further comments. We have a recommendation. Do I have a motion to accept the new health
So moved.
standards?
So
Chair
moved.
Hartgrove moves. Do I have a second? Mr. Wells seconds. Any further discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Paisley.
Thank you.
Next item is Career and Technical Education Course Standards. Ms. Deborah Knoll.
Good morning, Chairman Eby and State Board members. I am Deborah Knoll, the Assistant Commissioner of the College, Career, and Technical Education at the Tennessee Department of Education. I am here today to present on the Career and Technical Education Course Standards. TCA 49-1-302A8 authorizes the State Board of Education to set policies governing all academic standards and courses of study for public schools. Additionally, State Board Rule 0520-01-03-.051 calls for the State Board to adopt standards for each subject area, grades K-12. The approved standards are to be on the basis for planning an instructional program in each local school system. This item includes revised course standards for the following CTE career clusters: advanced manufacturing, agriculture, food and natural resources, arts, AV, technology and communications, business management and administration, and health science. The high school CTE course standards format has also been updated based on educator feedback for ease and use and to align more closely with competency-based industry and post-secondary standards. These new and revised standards have been reviewed by industry, secondary, and post-secondary partners. Changes within the advanced manufacturing career cluster include adding standards on safety, measurement, and additive manufacturing, and removing standards related to plant manager work, production rate, and manufacturing process, adding standards related to physical computing, and revising a standard related to aluminum conducting heat. Proposed changes within agriculture, food, and natural resources include a stronger focus on spreadsheet function and to analyze business records, adding standards to address low voltage wiring, and revising standards to include consumer debt, loan calculation, and risk management. Changes in the business management and administration include adding standards related to desktop publishing, oral communications, and updating technology standards and expert level of Microsoft Office Suite exams. In arts, AV, technology, and communications, there was a proposed change to a standard on the capstone project. New courses are being proposed based on educator and post-secondary feedback to prepare students for current workforce in post-secondary settings. In agriculture, food, and natural resources, the new courses focus on career regulations, principles of animal science, business concepts, biotechnology, food processing, packaging, marketing, and food chemistry. In business management and administration, the new courses focus on higher level of computer applications, cloud computing and apps, and expert level of Microsoft Office Suite exams. Additional feedback will be solicited between the first and final reading pursuant to TCA 49-1-309. The State Board will submit the proposed changes to the Education Committees of the House and Senate prior to the final reading. These CT courses and standards changes will go into effect in the 24-25 school year. The Department of Education recommends acceptance of this on first reading, and the State Board of Education staff concurs with this recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Knoll. Do we have questions for Ms. Knoll? I will just mention this. I had asked for kind of a listing of how many districts were presenting each one of these courses and kind of the percentage of the districts that were doing it. And she has provided that information. I don't know if the other board members have seen it yet, but I strongly recommend that you look at it. It's pretty amazing, the courses that are presented and offered, and the number of students that we have across the state that are taking these as we continue to work towards CTE, revising these standards into things that are more applicable. As we heard yesterday, meat science is a big area right now, and adding that I think is excellent.
Great, thank you.
Other questions or
I
comments?
have a comment.
Yes, Chair Hargrove.
I wanted to acknowledge what you shared with us yesterday, and I thought it was very impactful for us to all be able to see the list of the list of individuals who are involved in the different standards. And the stakeholder engagement piece was really eye-catching for me and very noteworthy, in particular because of the engagement of employers, and that's what this is all about. We have to understand and know what the needs of our employers are. And to have K-12 as well as higher ed involved, I was very impressed with that. And clearly, based on the sheer numbers of standards, a lot of work went into this. So I want to acknowledge that and thank you very much. Great work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Mr.
I have
Jensen.
a question,
Okay.
if I may. Yesterday, we talked about the focus out of East Tennessee on the meat, training, et cetera. And I'm thinking about the HTL University in Haywood, Tipton, and Lauderdale, how long does it take if they showed up tomorrow and said, we need to do this? What's the process for that, and how long does it take? What are the requirements if they came in and said, we need to focus in on this kind of coursework right away? What is the process within DOA to get there?
Absolutely. If they were to come to us today, what we would do is we would, listen to their needs, what skills that they want, and we would ensure that we would provide, whether it be a new program of study, new coursework, maybe we would add or change our existing standards, but we would convene our advisory councils in the fall. We would take that feedback to them. They would provide feedback on that. We would craft those changes and we'd bring those changes to you all here this time next summer. So it just really depends on what they need. If they need a new program of study, if the labor market supports that, we could craft a new program of study, or if it simply just means adding additional standards into already prepared courses or programs of study that we have in place, we would just do the same thing for that. But the process is the same. We would really just take the time to hear their concerns. We would take it to the advisory council, get their feedback. We take it to leadership at the department, get their feedback. And then this time next year, we would bring them forth for a review by you all.
So am I correct in understanding it takes approximately a year to go through that, or is that a timing part of the year? You follow what I'm asking?
Absolutely. It does. When we bring changes to you all here at the summer meeting, these changes will not go in effect until the following school year. So, yep, go ahead.
One more follow-up, just, so are you then interfacing with the TCATs that are related to that particular geography?
Absolutely. If you notice on our advisory councils, every single advisory council has a TCAT presence. And so we do hear from our TCATs, our community colleges, and our four-year universities on those advisory councils.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think Ms. Harpel had a comment.
Yeah, Mr. Jensen, I was gonna just tag on to what Ms. Knoll said, is that given the amount of coordination that they've had, especially with the TCATs, those programs can be stood up much more quickly by the Board of Regents, so that because they've had so much collaboration on the front end, things like dual enrollment that they can go into at the TCATs, those programs can be stood up much faster, sometimes 30 days kind of situation. Yes, if it really needs to be through the Board of Regents, but they can only do that because they've made such a clear on-ramp with K-12 to be able to funnel those students in quickly.
I know,
Offline, I'd like to get a better understanding of that if we can. Thank you.
I know we're focusing on within Tennessee and the needs of Tennessee, which is the right thing to do. And TISA, has put specific funding in for CTE, but how much national collaboration is there? If there is a course or subject area, do we look nationwide to see if one already exists and tack on, use those lessons learned or that information in developing our course standards, et cetera?
Yeah, so, in the conversation we had yesterday, I mentioned to you that Advanced CTE is going to be revising our national clusters. We have currently 16. They're going to revise that down to 12. We'll be heavily engaged in those conversations to see how that seamlessly aligns to Tennessee and our program. So we'll be at the forefront of those conversations. When there is a need, if, for instance, years ago when cybersecurity was a need here in Tennessee, and I was a program manager overseeing that IT content. I did seek input from other states to see what they were doing in their K-12 space, and I did have those conversations across the borders just to ensure what I was providing Tennessee students was not only in line with what the needs were for Tennessee, but also in line with what was going on nationally.
And as you said yesterday, like the AI, you bring in code.org. et cetera.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? So we have a recommendation for a new career and technical education course standards. Do I have a motion? Mr. Mullenhour moves. Do I have a second? Mr. Jensen seconds. Any further discussion? No discussion. All in favor on first reading signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Nolan. Next item.
Okay, next item. Good morning, Chairman Eby again, and State Board members. Again, I'm Deborah Knoll, Assistant Commissioner of the College and Career Technical Education Division at the Tennessee Department of Education. I am here to present on the High School Career Exploration Course Standards. TCA 49-1-302A8 authorizes the State Board of Education to set policies governing all academic standards and courses of study in public schools. Additionally, the State Board Rule 0520-01-03-.031 calls for the State Board to adopt standards for each subject area, grades K through 12. The approved standards are on the basis for planning instructional programs in each local school system. This item presents 3 new career exploration courses for freshmen, sophomore, and junior students, as well as a revised career exploration course for seniors. These courses were developed and will be taught in partnership with the Jobs for America's Graduates, JAG Tennessee. JAG Tennessee currently has a course approved by the State Board for 12th grade students. They've expanded their curriculum, and this item proposes 3 additional courses to the previously approved course from 2016. The additional course progress from grades 9 through 12 and aligns practical skills to post-secondary education and employability. The courses were developed in collaboration with department staff, high school teachers, school counselors, and industry experts. Highlights for each course include Course 1, students set attainable goals for education and employment. They can explore career pathways aligned to their goals, and they can identify personal strengths and abilities. In Course 2, students explore interpersonal and intrapersonal skills necessary for success. Teachers can work with students to develop an individualized student plan for post-secondary and workforce success based on strengths and skills identified in Course 1. In Course 3, students will perform robust research on high-performing companies and industry. They reflect and report on self-responsibility and problem-solving skills, and they're able to participate in group projects and demonstrate effective membership and leadership. Course 4, which is our revised course, students create an individualized student plan, which is evaluated for a minimum of 12 months after graduation to ensure student success beyond high school. They are going to build a professional portfolio, including a resume, a scholarship essay, and cover letters. And they'll participate in experiential learning, including off-site field trips, as well as this course can qualify for the work-based learning opportunity. JAG, Tennessee for JAG-TN, is an affiliate for Jobs for American Graduates. It was launched in 1981 under Governor Lamar Alexander. JAG-TN partners with school districts to train teachers and specialists to steward high school students toward graduation with follow-through towards post-secondary education and/or job opportunities. JAG teachers are fully licensed teachers and are employed by their school districts and receive specialized training over the summer to execute these standards. Since 2016, JAG-TN, which is formerly known as Jobs for Tennessee Grads, or JTG, has operated in 31 schools in over 20 counties in Tennessee. The 12th grade standards were originally written in partnership with TDOE and approved by State Board January 29th, 2016. This is a longstanding partnership. We've already had one course, and this just brings the other courses in a line and provides a seamless opportunity for our high school students. The Department of Education recommends acceptance of this item on first reading, and the State Board staff concurs with this recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Knoll. Questions for Ms. Knoll? Chair Hargrove.
Thank you, Mr. Eby. I have a question and a comment. First, I want to say I'm excited to see the addition of the other 3 courses for 9th, 10th, and 11th. And my question is about 12th grade. So we've had that approved since 2016. Do we have any idea how many students actually took that course?
That is a great question. That is not something I have at my fingertips, but I'm be more than happy to share that with you by the end of today.
Yes, I'm very eager to
Yeah.
know about that, and also I'm hopeful that other districts will be able to latch on to this and offer it. But I understand it can be very challenging to do that, in particular with the very busy curriculum that's already on the plate for students. But I'm excited about it, so thank you very much.
Other questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Mullenhour.
thank you. Debbie, I want to take a second here to I'm going to call it highlight the heart behind the work that you do. And I know that you have to abbreviate the complexity of the things that you bring before us. But, you know, on the one hand, creating opportunities for students and creating skill sets, can become very technical, and there's obviously a need for us to invest in that. But the thing that struck me about this particular item on the agenda was the personal nature of the focal point, being the personal nature of the skills and really the mindset that you're trying to encourage. And I just want to read a couple of things that I extracted from some of these courses. Willingness to take responsibility, enthusiasm for work, interpersonal and leadership skills. Some of these you've already mentioned. Work effectively with others, interpersonal awareness, honesty, dependability, and enthusiasm. And on the one hand, our education system should never replace good parenting. The reality is the teachers and the material that you're talking about here, in some cases, will be the only positive influence in these child's lives, not just from a technical standpoint, but also from the standpoint of really giving them the self-confidence and giving them the soft skills that they need to succeed. And I just wanted to highlight that because this is, as an employer, this is an incredibly important, and it breaks my heart to know that there's kids who learn this on the job. And I just hope that to Ms. Hartgrove's comments before, that we can continue to dial this in and continue to make this available and to really encourage people and our students to see the importance not just of learning the technical skill, but also learning the honesty and the dependability and the enthusiasm, because it will serve them well throughout life. So thank you for that work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen. Other comments? I'll just tack on to what Mr. Mullenhour just said. Going back to those durable skills, that seminar SCORE focused on those exact things that you're talking about and how important it is for our students to learn those in high school instead of having to learn on the job. And so leadership, collaboration, teamwork, those kind of things. So excellent. If no other comments, we have a recommendation. Do I have a motion then to accept high school career exploration standards?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Mullenhour. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Chair Hartgrove. Any further discussion? No discussion, then all in favor of first reading, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Knowles.
Thank you.
I think Vice Chair Cobbins has a question or a comment to make.
Just a general question for the department. I know we've been expecting standards on world language and fine arts, so I just wanted to know the status of that.
Hi, Robin Ye, Deputy Director at the Department of Education. Thank you for the question, Vice Chair Cobbins. We are currently in the process of reviewing those standards, but do hope to bring them to the board. I don't have a specific timeline right now, but I will be sure to update you and your staff on that timeline.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Next item is Ms. Angie Sanders on district and school operations, alternate education rule.
Thank you, Chairman. Angie Sanders, General Counsel for the State Board of Education, presenting to you on first reading revisions to the Alternative Education Rule 0520-01-02-.09. This rule sets forth requirements for the operation of alternative schools and alternative programs for students who are suspended or expelled from the regular school program. This item includes revisions to this rule to address recent legislation. And these changes include adding that a director of schools is not required to assign a student who has been suspended or expelled for an offense of violence or threatened violence, or an offense that threatened the safety of persons attending that student's school if certain conditions set forth in law are met. And that is in accordance with Chapter 279 of the Public Acts of 2023. Additionally, we've added the ability for an LEA without a virtual school to contract with another LEA that does have a virtual school to serve students who are suspended or expelled in accordance with Chapter 111 of the Public Acts of 2023. We've also clarified that students assigned to alternative schools or programs are able to be served virtually as provided in the law currently. And we've also made some additional edits to ensure consistent use of terms. The State Board staff will conduct a rulemaking hearing after this meeting and bring any additional edits to you all on final reading. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Any questions for Ms. Sanders? If no questions, we have a recommendation for first reading. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Vice Chair Cobbins moves. Do I have a second? Mr. Wells seconds. Any further discussion? If no discussion, all in favor of accepting on first reading the academic and instructional requirements rule? No. The alternative district and school operations alternative education rule. Signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, Mr. Baker, academic and instruction requirements.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Jay Baker. I am Assistant Commissioner of Adult Education in the Department of Labor and Workforce Development. This item proposes revisions to the Academic Program Requirements Rule 0520-01-03-.03 in alignment with Public Chapter 114 of 2023 pertaining to the award of high school equivalency credentials. State law requires the State Board of Education to review the recommendations of the Tennessee Department of Labor and Workforce Development for criteria or assessments leading to the award of a high school equivalency credential. Public Chapter 114 clarifies that a student who successfully completes the criteria or assessments approved by the State Board shall be issued a high school equivalency credential by the Department of Labor. Currently, the High School Equivalency Test, or HiSET, is the only assessment offered to individuals looking to obtain a high school equivalency credential in the state of Tennessee. In an attempt to expand both participant choice and successful attainment rate, the Tennessee Department of Labor and Workforce Development is aiming to introduce several new pathways for individuals to obtain a high school equivalency credential. Accordingly, this item proposes a revision to the Academic Program Requirements Rule titled High School Equivalency Credentials, which would provide detailed information of all of the available pathways for individuals looking to obtain a high school equivalency credential in Tennessee. Additionally, language regarding transfer requirements for students transferring from non-public to public schools has been removed from this rule, as this language has been moved to the State Board's revised Non-Public Schools Rule 0520-07-01-.02, which is set to become effective on August 15th, 2023. Removal of this language will ensure that requirements for students transferring from non-public schools to public schools is contained in one place in rule and eliminates the possibility for conflicting language. Finally, this item also amends the Civics Rule 0520-01-03-.07 to remove the requirement that LEAs submit verification to the Department of Implementation of a project-based civics assessment. This requirement was removed to align with changes to the law from Public Chapter 686 of 2022. The Department of Labor and Workforce Development recommends acceptance of this item on first reading, and the State Board staff concur with this recommendation.
We have a recommendation. Are there questions for Mr. Baker? Yeah, Vice Chair Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Baker, for your presentation yesterday. It was very thorough and I think gave us a great foundation for understanding where you're trying to go. I know you mentioned that there's roughly 430,000 people who could benefit from this adjustment or modification. And we talked a little bit about making sure that we have, strong outreach and efforts to make sure that we reach as many of those people as possible. over whatever period of time that you all strategize on. So as we go through this process, and maybe by final reading, if we can understand a little bit more about how you intend to execute on something like that, and it could be high level and as broad as you need it to be, but just an understanding of how we will execute on reaching those 430,000 people. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely, we'll be happy to work on that, Mr. Cobbins.
Could you kind of describe the process, since we have multiple pathways, to assure some consistency that passing it by this process or with pathway versus this pathway, is that they're equivalent so that the diploma means the same?
Yes, sir. So the thinking here is that there are multiple assessments offered by multiple publishers that all ultimately assess the same academic competencies. The HiSET exam is the only one we currently have. The GED exam is what most people are familiar with, and in fact, we did have the GED exam in the state of Tennessee up until 2016, so we're proposing bringing that back. And there are other assessments that also measure improvements in math, reading, and writing that we are looking to add here. And so these assessments all have gone through very rigorous standard setting and norming studies to make sure that they all measure what they say they're supposed to measure. And there's been correlational studies to show that the scores across these assessments are equivalent in terms of the competency demonstrated.
So a score of one test of a 65 versus a score of another test of an 80 would still be considered, if that was the passing score, that would be equivalent, is what you're saying?
Yes, sir. And to elaborate slightly on that, yesterday we discussed the federal Department of Education recently updating their rules around which assessments we can use in adult education, and they are a good benchmark standard that does create that parity across the assessments, and so that's where we have landed in looking to them for that guidance.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Other, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you for your report yesterday. It was very helpful. I think you mentioned that you have a program that's got 15,000 in it currently. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. About 15,000 students per year that come through the Tennessee Adult Education Program.
Okay. So sort of following up on Vice Chairman Cobbins' question, could you provide us with a estimate in terms of the HiSET, GED, and other ways in terms of numbers like you've got, what those might look like? And GED is private, public available, but privately administered. I'd be interested to know what that might look like if you had those total numbers at some point. That would be very helpful to me. And then another part of that is I'd be very interested to know what's going on in the prison system in terms of high school educations within the prison system.
Yes, sir. So speaking to the assessments, the diplomas that we currently issue, we issue on average about 3,000 per year. So 15,000 students come into the program, and about 3,000 per year across the state pass the exam, get their diploma. We are certainly hopeful that by expanding options, that number will drastically increase. And then speaking to what's happening in corrections, our department does oversee what's happening in education in the county jail settings. In terms of the state prison facilities, there is a separate school district that is operated by the Department of Correction who has oversight of the prisons. And we do collaborate with them, and we work with them on their programming, and we continue to expand that partnership. But I can't speak to the specifics of their programming.
Just so I make sure I understand, you're saying that the county jail falls under your purview, and the prison system falls within the Department of Correction?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Holt.
Mr. Baker, I apologize. I wasn't here yesterday, so you may have covered this, but it might also be helpful for others who weren't here. Why did the state of Tennessee discontinue GED in 2016?
Fair question, and I certainly was not in the seat that I am in now when those decisions were made, and so I could only speculate on that. I do know that the cost at the time was something that was taken into consideration, the price of GED was more expensive than HISET at the time. Since then, there has been more parity in pricing as well. But again, I could only speculate at this point.
Okay, and I guess the reason for my question was just if there were concerns with the test back in 2016 that led us to discontinue it then, but it sounds like you're not aware of that being the case, and so
That's correct.
Shouldn't be an issue.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Wells.
Yeah, so I had previous career, I was actually in the governor's office when we did that, so it was a pricing issue. And so we just wanted options. It was the law said only GED, and so we wanted to have some options. And then as the price went up, I guess they moved completely to HISET.
Thank you. Any further questions? If no questions, we have a recommendation then for academic instructional requirements, academic program requirements rule. Do I have a motion to accept the recommendation as is?
So moved.
Mr. Jensen moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Vice Chair Cobbins seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor on first reading for accepting academic instructional requirements, academic program requirements rule, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Now, Mr. Baker, the next three items are all very similar, and basically it's removing the specific references to the GED or HISET and change it to high school equivalency. We will have to vote on each one of those separately, but if you can just zip through those, I don't think it will require all the
Yes, sir. Fast and furious. Here we go. This next item proposes technical revisions to the state enrollment and attendance guidelines, Rule 0520-01-02-.17, to align with Public Chapter 114 of 2023, which removes specific references to the GED or HISET assessments and refers instead to a high school equivalency credential approved by the state board. And our department recommends acceptance of this item on first reading.
We have a recommendation. Is there any questions or discussion? If none, can I have a motion then to accept the GHI District and School Operations State Enrollment Attendance Guidelines, or item G?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Vice Chair Cobbins and second by Chair Hartgrove. Any further discussion? Item G, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Now, item H.
This next item proposes technical revisions to the Employment Standards for Supervisors Rule 0520-01-03-.03 and .04 to align with legislation that passed this year, Public Chapter 114 of 2023, which removes specific references to the GED or HISET assessments and refers instead to a high school equivalency credential approved by the state board. And our department recommends acceptance of this item on first reading.
Any questions for Mr. Baker on this item? We have a recommendation. Do I have a motion then to accept?
So moved.
Mr. Holt moves. Do I have a second? Mr. Wells seconds. Further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries for employment standards for supervisor rule. And the last item, item I, is standards for school administered child care programs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item proposes technical revisions to the standards for school-administered child care programs, Rule 0520-12-01-07, in alignment with Public Chapter 114 of 2023 to remove specific references to the GED or HISET assessments and refers instead to a high school equivalency credential approved by the state board. Our department recommends acceptance of this item on first reading.
And just for the audience who may be watching, basically all we've done is gone in and, as you said, removed GED, HISET, and replaced it with those words. So there's no other changes. I want people to understand. Any other further questions? We have no questions. Do I have a motion then to accept the employment standards for supervisor rule or standards for school administered child care program staff rule?
So moved.
I have a motion by Chair Hartgrove. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Cobbins. Item I. All in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just like we have a good collaboration with the department, we also appreciate the collaboration that we have with the Department of Labor. Ms. Sanders.
Thank you, Chairman. Angie Sanders, General Counsel for the board. And one note I just want to make on the prior items, since those are all rules, the state board staff will be holding a rulemaking hearing on those and bringing any revisions to those to you all on final reading in terms of any feedback that we get.
Thank you.
So this item 3J is revisions to the Public Records Requests Rule 0520-15-01. Tennessee Code Annotated 107-503 requires all state government entities to promulgate rules governing public records requests. This rule was originally approved by the State Board of Education in 2019 in compliance with that law and governs the process by which Tennessee citizens can request to view open public records. Edits to this chapter include updating language to comply with the law regarding acceptable types of identification for purposes of verifying that a requester is a Tennessee citizen, updating the titles of state board staff who will serve as the Public Records Request Coordinator, or PRRC, updating the contact information for the PRRC to include the state board's new office address, as well as a dedicated email address that multiple state board staff will have access to, clarifying the process for providing copies of records that are maintained electronically, and lowering the labor threshold for charging fees from 4 hours to 2 hours. Other typographical and minor edits were made to ensure consistency and clarity. And again, prior to final reading, the state board staff will hold a rulemaking hearing on this and bring any additional edits to you all. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Any questions for Ms. Sanders?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mullenhour.
Thank you. Angie, this, per our previous brief communications under .03, Section 2, I just want to get your thoughts on the new language that's being presented. I think all of us, the goal is to, A, comply with the law. Secondly, make sure that, that citizens to whom we're all accountable, whether we're paid or not in this room, have access to records appropriately. And then on the other hand, we want to make sure that there's accountability. My question then is specific to the phrase orally in that first line. So basically the way this is structured is if someone wants to inspect the records, they can just say, hey, I want to inspect the records, or they can submit something in writing. And then the next sentence says requests for copies or requests for inspection and copies shall be made in writing. So I guess my question is kind of twofold. One, there would seem to be potentially a conflict in how someone might interpret this. Can you submit a request orally, or does it have to be in writing? That would be one question. But I think the more important question is, does it make sense to allow for oral requests of inspection of records? And the reason I ask that is not to make it more difficult for anybody to have access to the records, but to ensure accountability. And the reason I say that is under one of the following subsequent sections where it talks about the means by which a request could be denied. You know, one of the grounds is that the request lacks specificity or needs clarification. So my concern is if someone just says, I want to have access to XYZ record, and that's kind of lost in the wind, and then we deny access to that record for some reason. If it's a very appropriate denial, you know, someone can say, well, that's not an appropriate denial because I said this. And on the other hand, if it's an inappropriate denial, the citizen would have no means of proving the nature of the request that they submitted. So I realize that this is only first reading and we don't have to address it here per se, but are we required to use this specific language by statute, or can we revisit that before second reading?
So just so I'm clear on your question, is your concern about allowing an oral request because of the potential that it wouldn't be clearly communicated or not specific enough?
The concern is twofold. One is the potential ability for the potential for confusion in how the language might be interpreted, where one says orally and the other one says orally, or the other one requires in writing. That'd be the first, and then the second is yes, the accountability that you're pointing at. You know, is it wise to allow for a request to occur orally as opposed to simply requiring it that it's done in writing, so that there's a record of what was requested, why it was either honored or denied, and then other people can look at the facts and determine whether or not it's in compliance with the law?
Yes, great question. That's helpful. Thank you for that clarification. So the law requires that a request for inspection has to be allowed to be made orally,
Okay.
either by telephone or in person. So I don't think we can take that out in terms of a request to inspect a record. In the second sentence, in that paragraph 2 where it says request for inspection and copies, the reason why that says in writing is because it's both. That someone could come in and say, I want to look at it and I want to make copies. Because the copies is part of it, then we have the ability to say that that request has to be in writing. I see your point about how that could be confusing, so we can look at maybe a better way to word that so that it's maybe a little bit less confusing. But that's the reason.
Can you point out where that is I'm looking?
We're looking at paragraph 2 under section .03, which is titled Making Public Records Requests.
Okay, got it, thank you.
So there's 2 sentences in that.
So if I can speak back to what I'm understanding you to say, the law requires that oral requests are acceptable. So we must honor that within the rule set.
For just viewing the public records.
Yeah, for inspection, yeah.
Mhm.
So it sounds like the only potential opportunity here would be to make sure that the pre-existing language doesn't create potential confusion, is what I'm hearing. That would be something that we could look at between now and second reading.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, the oral inspection, or the inspection of records by oral request is off the table, because that's required by statute, correct?
Yes, by oral request, we can't say you have to submit a request to look at the records, to inspect them. We cannot require that that be in writing. So we have to allow them to
Got it.
submit either by phone or just show up at our office and ask to see it.
Okay, thank you.
Very good comments and questions, Mr. Mulder. I don't see why we even have the phrase in there, or request for inspection and copies. Why don't you just say, request for copies shall be made in writing, request for inspection shall be made orally? And so if they want a copy, it has to be done in writing. If I read the rest of that sentence the way it was, it seems like to me if you just struck request for request for inspection and copies shall be made, just say request for copies shall be in writing. Isn't that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think what we were trying to address here is a situation where someone has requested to do both. And to make it clear that just because you're requesting to inspect it doesn't mean that an oral request is enough, because you're also requesting to copy. So
Yeah,
if
but
you're
if you
trying
say-
to do both, then it needs to be in writing.
But it says in the first sentence, request for inspection shall be made orally, and then request for copies, I think, shall be made in writing. I think that, clearly says if they want a copy, it's got to be in writing. If they want to inspect it, they can do that orally.
Yeah,
Just
we can.
Something
we
to
can
look at.
Look
between
at
first and
clarifying that. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Mr. Holt?
Angie, I've got a question and maybe a suggestion on section .01(3). And this is just some general language saying that the TPRA grants Tennessee citizens the right to access public records that exist at the time of the request. Nothing in the TPRA or this chapter shall be construed as requiring a records custodian or the PRRC to sort through files to compile information or to create or recreate a record that does not exist. And it's that phrase, to compile information, that I actually went and double checked in the statute, and it says there to compile information into a new record. And my concern was, I think that the records custodian probably does have to compile information in order to then provide the electronic copies of records on the flash drive further down in the rule. And so to me, that was sort of vague on what is it that the record custodian doesn't have to do on compiling information. I think if we just mirror the language in the statute, which is they don't have to create a new record, but they do have to compile records in order to tender them to the requester.
Yes, that's exactly what we're addressing here, so may have just left that word out. But that's something we encounter often, that a requester would say, I want a list of X, Y, or Z, and we say, well, we don't have this in the form that you're requesting, and the law does not require us to compile this in the way that you are asking. So that's what that's referring to, not that compile in the way you're talking about, like pull together the records that we do have in order to send to them. So those are different things, and we can add that language in before final reading.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? So we have a recommendation on first reading with some suggested looking at between first and second reading. I presume you would do that before you would have a rule. Does this require a rulemaking hearing or not?
No, we would make those edits before we bring it back to you on final reading.
Okay, all right. Any further questions or comments? If none, do we have a motion to accept on first reading? Mr. Mullenhour, he moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Holt seconds. Any further discussion? If no discussion, then voting on Public Records Request Rule 0520-15-01 on first reading. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Next item. Scott.
Jesus, good morning. All right, good morning, Chairman Eby and board members. My name is Scott Indermill, and I serve as the Senior Director of IDEA and Non-Traditional Education Programs within the Division of Federal Programs and Oversight with the department. So I'm glad to be here with you. I'm in front of you today to go through proposed revisions to Chapter 0520-01-12, Education of Incarcerated Students. Students with disabilities are entitled to a free and appropriate public education, which is that FAPE word that you hear, when they are detained in a juvenile detention center. TCA 496-3023 authorizes the Department of Education to develop rules to be adopted by the State Board of Education to ensure that students incarcerated in juvenile detention centers, including students with disabilities, are provided the educational services by the local education agency serving the county in which the detention center is located. The Department of Education and the Department of Children's Services and other relevant state agencies entered into an interagency agreement in 2012 that developed a framework for providing special education and related services to students with disabilities in unique settings, including juvenile detention centers. The interagency agreement, however, does not include detailed procedures for how LEAs should serve students with disabilities. The proposed changes to Chapter 0520-01-12 will codify the department's guidance for defining the responsibilities of the home LEA and the receiving LEA, how the home LEA and the receiving LEA should transfer the student's educational records back and forth, how the receiving LEA is expected to serve students with disabilities, and how funding is allocated between the home LEA and the receiving LEA. The proposed revisions also align the timelines for the delivery of education services for general education students as well as students with disabilities, and provides language to support the department guidance to LEAs having a JDC within their jurisdictional boundaries to enroll a student with disabilities in order to access Tennessee Pulse, which will ensure that the LEA can effectively provide that FAPE that is required for these at-risk students. So at this time, the Department of Education recommends acceptance of these revisions on first reading, and the State Board staff concurs on these recommendations.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Indermill? Mr. Mullenhour?
Yes, sir. This pertains to .03, Section 1, and my question really is from the perspective of our superintendents. I know that there's a lot of moving parts here. There's a lot of sort of operational considerations that you had to weigh. My question is, how did you arrive at the 5-day timeline? And the reason I'm asking is all of us, I think, in the room understand that superintendents are busy, that they have a lot of weight on their shoulders. We try to honor that. We try to be mindful of that. We try to be very sensitive to that. And thus, there's a lot of stakeholder engagement when a lot of these programs and rules and are put into place. I just want to make sure that this timeline of 5 days is one that is informed by the superintendents, because it struck me as being potentially short. On the one hand, we want to serve the student well. On the other hand, it's another process, it's another deadline, it's just another thing that our supers have to pay attention to.
Sure.
Is 5 days the right timeline, and if so, how is that informed by the people who are going to have to actually execute it?
Sure, and just to clarify, you're saying the request for educational records within 5 days after notification?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that has been what we have been already doing when we go and monitor the JDCs across the state. That has been the current timeline.
And just to clarify, that's been an unspoken expectation, is that right?
No, it has been in the current rules.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, really the changes that we're realigning we're bumping up the days in which the home LEA and the receiving LEA, which would be the LEA where the JDC is located, to start those conversations around that educational service plan on the 8th day, where it used to be on the 10th day. Okay. And then the current rules right now state that general education services, that ESP starts no later than the 20th day. We're bumping that up to the 10th day. And the reason that we're bumping that up to the 10th day is two-part. One, that is a long time for students to not receive educational services. And when we go in and monitor the 17 JDCs across the state, 16 of the 17 start well within the 10th day of instructional services already. There was just one JDC that, I don't want to say took advantage of those 20 days, but they did push it to that 20-day requirement to start that ESP.
Okay, thank you. I think I see now the language that was modified.
Sure.
That's what you're saying. So just to succinctly conclude this, the timelines that are, because again, there's multiple timelines moving around here. These have been informed by the people who are going to bear the burden of delivery of the records, and the team's comfortable with we're not putting undue pressure on them based on historic practices.
When it comes to the request for educational records and the return, that has never been a problem when we've been monitoring the JDCs. That has not been a finding that we've put in or correction into monitoring that I've been involved with for the past 2 years. So the educational records, I think the LEAs work really well with that. I mean, there's state forms that are created that each JDC uses that they communicate the enrollment for students with disabilities as well as the withdrawal and then this delivery of educational records.
Okay, sorry, thank you. It sounds like you're very informed on the topic, so
I appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
Mr. Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is a topic that I've had some discussions with in my local district. And so, Mr. Mullen, you're kind of touching on some of the issues that we have had. This is a vulnerable population, and so everybody really wants to give them the service they need. But sometimes that pressure is on, one LEA has the pressure to wait on the other LEA to get them the information. And sometimes if one's on spring break and the next one comes in on spring break the next week, it can definitely put a delay in there. But I just wanted 2 comments. One, I've talked to my locals about it, and they like the changes. When I read it, I didn't see that they were going to like it as much as they do, so I think we've made some changes that give them some more comfort. So that's one comment. The second would be just to our staff. This is an issue that came up that I asked to have a meeting with all 3 parties involved, and then kind of walked away from it. And then this rule came up, and our staff remembered our concerns that I had, and worked with the department to get them implemented without ever calling me. That's one of those things. We're all busy people, and so that's something that's great to have, that they can do that for us. So thanks to everybody involved. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Jensen?
I have a comment which may need to follow the vote of this, but my comment is more of a macro look at this. We just talked a few minutes ago about the county and the responsible for this, and it just seems like in our prison incarceration, we've got a lot of people in that space. If you look at it, I think I've heard DCS, DOE, Corrections, Department of Labor, charter schools, and I'm asking a question. I don't really need an answer at this moment, but it just seems like that's an awful lot of folks in dealing with people the children and adults who are incarcerated. I'm thinking in particular with the kids that are in incarceration, where are the mental health parts to that? Who's dealing with ACEs? I mean, it's complicated, and I recognize that, but it just seems like there ought to be somewhere that we're looking holistically at what's going on in terms of education inside of these various incarceration places. It just seems, and I read it, and it's great, it's fine, but it leaves in my mind a lot of holes in the answer. And I'm not looking for a comment. I just raised that to this board that, are we really looking at, we're in these verticals, and I'm sure everyone's doing a good job, but the problem's not in a vertical. It's a horizontal thing that covers a lot of age ranges and a lot of people. And it goes back to my question a few minutes ago about where is the education occurring? And you tell me, well, the county does it in the Department of Corrections. And I'm having trouble getting my head around that to understand it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Any other comments or questions? No comments or questions. We have a recommendation on the Education of Incarcerated Students Rule 05200112. Do I have a motion to accept the recommendation? Mr. Wells moves. Do I have Mr. Jensen seconds? Any further discussion? This is on first reading, so voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, thank you, Board.
Education Savings Account Rule, Ms. Huddleston.
Good morning. My name is Lauren Huddleston. I'm the Director of ESA Programs and Outreach and the current Interim Director of the ESA program. In July 2022, the Tennessee Department of Education began enrolling eligible students in non-public schools to participate in the Education Savings Account ESA program. TCA 49-6-2601 and Education Savings Account Chapter 0520-0116 outlines the student eligibility requirements and participation requirements of the ESA program. This item proposes changes to the ESA rules to align with legislation passed in 2023 and to provide additional clarity to the rules. Chapter 171 and Chapter 328 of the Public Acts of 2023 changed the eligibility requirements for students to expand the ESA program. The changes include the following. Chapter 171 of Public Act expands student eligibility and now includes the following options for a student's prior year enrollment. Enrolled in and attended a Tennessee public school for one full school year in the 2019-20, 2020-21 or 2021-22 school year, or was eligible for the first time to enroll in a Tennessee public school during those same years. Chapter 328 of the Public Acts adjusted the residency requirements for students to include Hamilton County. This item also contains the following revisions to clarify operational aspects of the ESA program and address omissions. It clarifies a student's right to a free and appropriate public education, waiving of accommodations under an individualized education program, and development of an individual service plan to meet a student's special education needs. Revisions also clarify expectations regarding required changes to meet a student's needs if the student previously received services through an IEP or 504 plan. Additionally, revisions were made in response to communication from the Office of Special Education Programs within the U.S. Department of Education. It also specifies the amount of ESA that must be used each year of participation in the program to align with the Individualized Education Account Program expenditure requirements. These revisions propose that 50% or half of the ESA must be used each year of participation in the ESA program. And it also specifies action the department is to take if the minimum spending requirement is not reached by the end of the school year. It also clarifies the amount of financial viability a school is required to submit with the school's application for participation in the program. This amount aligns with the quarterly disbursement of funds in ESA student accounts. It aligns language with recent guidance from the United States Department of Education Office of Special Education and Rehabilitative Services related to state-funded school voucher and scholarship programs. Specifically, the guidance clarifies that a child with a disability who received a state's school choice voucher or scholarship retains the identification upon re-enrollment in a public school without undergoing any additional psychoeducational testing. Revisions align with the guidance provided in OSEP QA 2201. Specifies in section .05 that all ESA expenses must be pre-approved by the department as opposed to only certain expenses, and amends a statutory citation in section .03 of the rule that is specific to the basic education program and aligns the citation to the TISA Act. The state board staff will hold a rulemaking hearing between first and final reading to collect public feedback. The Department of Education recommends acceptance of this item on first reading. The SBE staff concurs with this recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Huddleston. Questions? I have one question. If you are a homeschool student, you're not eligible for the ESA until you go to public school for a year, or what's the situation?
That's a great question. Thank you. So it depends on the child. With this recent legislation passed by the General Assembly, if that child was entering kindergarten and eligible to attend a Tennessee school for the first time in 2019, 2020, or 2021, that child is now eligible.
But if they were homeschooled for 2 years and say going into third grade or fifth grade or something like that, to be eligible, they would have to go to a public school for a year and then go.
Yes, or if they had a previous public school record in one of those years as well. So
Okay,
it's
so
kind
if they were in public school, then they went to homeschool, then they could be eligible at one time.
depending on the years, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Mullenhour.
My line of inquiry follows yours, but I would expand it slightly. My understanding is that that hypothetical would apply both to homeschoolers. It would also apply to someone in a non-public school. Is that correct?
Yes.
So any child who is attending a non-public school, whether it's homeschool or private school, would potentially, and I would say even arguably likely, be ineligible for the ESA as this is currently written, depending on the circumstances. Some are, some aren't.
It depends on the grade. So we've already started working with this because of the passage in the General Assembly, and we've had a ton of interest from students who are now eligible, who are in those lower grades, who are eligible in kindergarten those years, or who did attend a public school during one of those years and now meet that eligibility requirement.
So as a point of clarification, is the statute itself imposing that on us in this particular case? And are we expanding, I guess I'll phrase it this way, is this rule in any way limiting further access to the ESA beyond the limits imposed by the statute itself?
This is just a reflection of the statute,
Got it. Okay. So this is something that needs to be fixed in the legislature,
if desired, yes.
or changed in the legislature, I should say.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? If none, then we have a recommendation on first reading, Education Savings Account Rule 05200116, 02, 04, 06, 08, and .10. Do I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
Vice Chair Cobbins moves, Mr. Jensen seconds. Further discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Before we move to the next item, I think we're going to take a break. It is 10:43. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 10:55. get started again, please? Next item is educator licensure endorsement exemptions and permits rule. Mr. Taylor Reed. Miss Taylor Reed, I'm sorry.
Happens every day. Good morning, Taylor Reed, Senior Director of Licensure, Tennessee Department of Education. Tennessee State Board of Education Educator Licensure Rule 0520-02-03 outlines the license types issued in Tennessee and pathways towards licensure. Section -.11 governs the issuance of endorsement exemptions for individuals to teach subject areas in which they hold a valid license but do not possess the proper endorsement, while Section -.12 governs the issuance of temporary academic and occupational permits. This item makes revisions to the endorsement exemption rule -.11 to authorize the department to issue endorsement exemptions for elementary physical education courses in accordance with Public Chapter 280 of the Public Acts of 2023. Additionally, Chapter 284 of the Public Acts of 2023, PC 284, created a new temporary permit pathway by allowing the Commissioner of Education to issue temporary permits to individuals who have completed all required coursework in an educator preparation program, EPP, except for the clinical experience requirement. To align with Public Chapter 284, this item proposes the following revisions to Rule 0520-02-03-.12. It adds a new category of temporary permits titled Clinical Practice Permits and outlines the requirements to be eligible to obtain a clinical practice permit, including how the individual who teaches under a clinical practice permit may use this time to satisfy the clinical experience requirement. Clarifies that clinical experience means clinical practice, and clarifies requirements for mentor teachers who oversee individuals teaching under clinical practice permits and who make recommendations regarding completion of all EPP clinical practice requirements. An emergency rule containing these revisions was approved at the June 22nd, 2023 special called meeting and is currently in effect. This item seeks approval of these revisions as a permanent rule. The Department of Education recommends acceptance of this item on first reading. The SBE staff concurs with this recommendation. And with that, happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Questions? So I have a question. So it now allows endorsement exemptions for elementary physical education teachers. However, as my understanding is you can have that endorsement for up to that exemption for up to 2 years or something, or?
Thank you for that. You may have that initial endorsement exemption waiver one time for 1 year, and then it can be reactivated up to 2 more times for a total of 3 years.
So it's a 1 year exemption.
It's a 1 year
And
exemption.
then a request, you can do it for each year you can request.
Correct.
So it could be a total of 3 years, but they have to show progress toward getting their endorsement in that area, is that right?
That is not required. However, some EPPs choose to utilize that as a local decision if that educator is looking to add that endorsement permanently to their license, not just on an emergency credential.
May request endorsement. Okay, so one of my concerns is, I know that we continue to have difficulties getting licensed elementary phys ed teachers. And one thing I think we want to do is continue to look to see how we can do a better job of getting them licensed. One of the questions is, can they pass the anatomy, some of the exam questions, et cetera. But this just appears to be, allowing anybody can teach phys ed. Is that correct under this, or?
This allows a licensed educator. So in order to be issued an endorsement exemption, you must be a currently licensed educator. Public Act PC 280, it allows elementary physical education. It's not permissible as an endorsement exemption only.
So you don't have to have any physical education experience if you're a licensed educator to be able to teach physical education under this rule, is that correct?
That would be correct. The department is allowed, and the commissioner is allowed, I should say, to take that experience into effect. There are current COVID flexibilities that are in place with emergency credentials. Those will end this year unless the legislation decides to extend those.
Going back to the safety issues that we talked about, you know, not doing forward rolls now, but keeping safety first in mind, those licensed physical education teachers, I think, are licensed to understand the safety issue. So I strongly encourage that we continue to look at how we can license physical education teachers and get physical education teaching physical education so that their students can get the greatest benefit of that and not have potential safety issues by having somebody who doesn't understand physical education teaching that. So I would like to see next year how many exemptions are requested for elementary physical education teachers.
Yes, happy to provide that. I can also tell you that so far this year, this took effect as of July 1. We have issued 3 waivers for that endorsement.
Okay.
As a total. Not all 3 of those are for elementary education, because the way that we run our data, you can see it by endorsement code only. So we have issued 3 out of the 7,225 transactions we have processed since July 1.
Thank you. Thank you for the data.
Excellent. Thank you.
Other questions? If no questions, we have a recommendation then for acceptance of this item. Do I have a motion for education licensure?
So moved.
Vice Chair Cobbins moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Chair Hartgrove seconds. All in favor then for educator license endorsement exemptions and permits rule 05200203.11 and 12 signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Reed. Next item, individualized education accounts rule, Ms. Farrell Williams.
Good morning, Farrell Williams, IEA Director. The Individualized Education Account IEA program is a school choice program for eligible students with disabilities. The IEA program was created by the Individualized Education Account TCA sections 4910, 1401 through 1406. The state board has promulgated rules at chapter 05200111 to effectuate the Individualized Education Act and to guide administration of the IEA program. The United States Department of Education Office of Special Education and Rehabilitative Services revised guidance related to, quote, state-funded school voucher and scholarship programs, end quote, in February 2022. Specifically, the guidance clarifies that a child with a disability who received a state school choice voucher or scholarship retains the identification upon re-enrollment in a public school without undergoing any additional psychoeducational testing. Revisions to these rules are proposed to align with the guidance provided in OSEP QA 2201. To further align with OSEP guidance, revisions were made to clarify when a student has a right to a free appropriate public education, or FAPE, waiving of accommodations under Individualized Education Program IEP, and development of Individualized Service Plans or ISP to meet students' special education needs. Additionally, language was added to specify that the IEA program is for grades kindergarten through 12 or K-12. Revisions also remove a reference in the rule to GED and HiSET in sections .04 to align language with Chapter 114 of the Public Acts of 2013. State Board staff will hold a rulemaking hearing between first and final reading to collect public feedback. The Department of Education recommends acceptance of this item on first reading. The SBE staff concurs with this recommendation. Would the board have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Any questions, Vice Chair Cobbins?
Just a question. With regard to the rulemaking hearing, does that allow for input on the rule as a whole, or just these modifications that are being made?
I would defer that question.
I can take that. Angie Sanders, General Counsel for the board. The rulemaking hearing comments are specific to the proposed changes. So if someone had comments on a section of the rule that's not being proposed to change, we can certainly take that into consideration, pass that on to the department for consideration of future changes to the rule, but would not be able to make those changes in bringing it back to you on final reading.
So my questions really aren't necessarily about the changes, but more so about the rule itself related to eligibility, and similar to the questions that Mr. Mollenauer had about one of the previous items. The 1 year enrollment requirement, I really, over the years, have struggled to understand what purpose that serves. Is there a rationale or reason that that was placed in this rule?
I'm not sure that I would be the one to speak to that. That is something that comes to us from the legislature as a part of our IEA law. So we are charged to manage that as a part of the department policies. So that, again, is a part of our statute.
Okay. Well, there's a constituent in Memphis who is wrestling with this right now, who we've been working to assist. And that particular area of the rule has really challenged them in terms of trying to get support for their son and his education and special needs. And so in that conversation that they've had with the department and others, it appears the only solution is some sort of legislative amendment. And so I think they will work to see if that is something that can occur. But I just wonder how many other parents like that out there have experienced sort of a hurdle that has either closed the door behind them or in front of them in terms of being able to access this to serve their children. So I know that has nothing to do with what you're here to talk about today, but I want to put that on the record and see if there are efforts once we figure out what the legislative path may be to provide some support and advocacy for making sure that it allows for extenuating circumstances where parents are really trying to find the best solutions for their children.
Your concern is very well noted. Thank you so much.
I think your point is well taken, Vice Chair Cobbins, that we're trying to validate to be sure that that part of this rule comes directly from the law and it's not something that we inserted, and I think you said that was the case.
Yes, that is a part of our statute. I can give you the citation if you're interested in that, but that is a part of, taken directly from our IEA law.
Mr. Chair, can I, if
Yes,
I may,
Mr. Jensen.
like to add a footnote to this conversation with Vice Chair Cobbins. The interesting thing and challenging thing that I hear in it is that once you are foreclosed from that, it never opens again. So in other words, because they had their their IEP completed, and it, through really no fault of their own, I don't think, it didn't get submitted, it didn't get approved. And so therefore, they're not only foreclosed for this year, but for this child's entire educational career. And there's some serious challenges with this particular child. And that just seems like it's not right. That, I'm sorry, you missed a deadline, therefore you can never come back and ask for funds for the rest of it. And this child's going into first grade, and it's troublesome to me that, and if we have to go legislatively or whatever, I think it's something that there may be others that have been impacted by that need the help, that are frankly, in my view, entitled to the help by federal law, state law, et cetera, but they're now foreclosed from getting any help for the rest of this child's educational path.
Mr. Chairman?
Let me ask General Counsel Sanders first, then I'll come to you.
Just one comment on that, Angie Sanders, again, General Counsel. The law, it's not necessarily that the student wouldn't ever be able or eligible for the IEA program. The law sets forth eligibility requirements, and just to be clear in terms of what they are, you would have to be previously enrolled in and attending a Tennessee public school for one full school year immediately preceding the school year in which you received an IEA. So a student would be able to, if they attended a Tennessee public school for a year, then become eligible for the IEA program in the next school year, or if they're enrolling in a Tennessee school for the first time. So that would either be you're eligible for kindergarten, or you've moved into Tennessee from out of state, then you would be eligible to receive an IEA, or you've received an IEA in the prior school year. So those are the three things that are listed in the law, just to be clear.
I appreciate that, Ms. Sanders. I think my trouble still with it is that this child, and we don't need to go into the details of this at this forum, but has some pretty special needs that if I were a parent, I'd want them in the very best place there is, and there's a place in Memphis that's what they do, and they're very good at it. And so we've got this rule, and I understand that forecloses these people from being able to get their child to the best place by saying, okay, you got to go to a public school for a year and then you can go there. I struggle with that. Thank you.
Mr. Milano.
Thank you. Yeah, I concur with all those comments, and the way I would frame it is in two ways. One is this might be a situation in which those of us in the room, and I'm not counting myself in this group, but those of us in the room who are really experts on these topics, who work in this every day. On the one hand, sometimes we have to work within the confines of whatever the legislature hands to us. And in other cases, there's opportunities to take the deep expertise that's represented here and serve something up and say, hey, we've flagged something here that you might want to take a look at, or you might want some perspective on. This strikes me as one of those instances that someone in the legislature might take and help improve upon. The second way I would frame this, and I'm just going to give a hypothetical, if you're a family in Memphis and you're working a job and you've got a child who has any number of conditions, let's just pick autism in this particular case, and you have tried to homeschool that child, or you have tried to put that child through a private education of some sort, as I read this law, you do not have the option to take advantage of this program, at least for a year, under the way that it's currently structured. And I think I have a hesitation with how that would disadvantage that family in that hypothetical. And my guess is that there's probably thousands of families that would fit within that framing, especially if you account for private schools and homeschool. So I would just maybe make a note, Nathan, for you, just to ask someone in the legislature, hey, at least a few of us have flagged this as being something that's worth looking at. I know that they've looked at it before, but is it worth a further conversation at a legislative level so that we can give those families in those hypotheticals a better access to those opportunities? The other thing I would say, just lastly on that, is that family undoubtedly pays sales tax in Tennessee. They probably pay property tax in their county. They're paying the way just like everybody else is, and yet their child doesn't have access to that same opportunity, which strikes me as being patently unfair.
And that's the same not only for the individualized, but also for the education savings account. Mr. Wells.
Yeah, and so now I'm getting intrigued. So it helped me understand just the language a little bit on something along the lines of the year preceding the current year. So if I came in trying to think, could it be like a year and a half then? And sometimes depending on whenever they actually come into the school, or if they come in the second semester and they hit a year, does it start right then, or they have to wait till the next year?
As policy currently stands, IEA has an application window that is beginning in mid-February to mid-April. So that application window opens for you to be eligible for the next school year, or we term it the next contract year. So students apply for that season for the next year's time. So when we're looking at the previous school year, we're looking for that year that they have just completed, that they were in a public school for that time period.
Okay. So for an entire year or
An
just
entire
year
school
before-
year, from
entire
day
school year.
one to
Okay.
day
Okay.
180, that they were in that school.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I
Mr.
think it's important to note that that IEP application process is not an easy thing to do, from what I understand.
Absolutely.
Very complicated, requires meetings. I mean, there's a big burden on parents to go through that, to get their application in. And they're relying upon the local school district to be responsive and to help meet those deadlines. So just a note for the record, please.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Very healthy discussion. I think this is things that the board can bring and questions that we can bring and ask the good questions. We have a recommendation then for individualized education accounts rule 0520, 0111, 02, 04, 05, and 09. Do I have a motion to accept then on first reading?
So moved.
Vice Chair Cobbins moves. Do I have a second? Chair Hartgrove seconds. Any further discussion? No further discussion on first reading. All individuals to accept this, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion.
Please note an abstention.
Okay. Mr. Jensen abstains. Everyone else, I assume, voted aye. So motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, license reinstatement restoration applications policy. Mr. Todd Madison.
Good morning. I'm Todd Madison, Senior Associate Counsel for the Board. Tennessee State Board of Education License Reinstatement and Restoration Policy 5.500 details the reinstatement of suspended licenses, restoration of revoked licenses, and considerations for restoring a revoked license. This item up for first reading proposes revisions to the policy to clarify the procedure that applies to someone seeking a reactivation of a license that expired during the period of revocation. Revisions also modify the language referring to criminal convictions and notice requirements to incorporate the board-approved revisions to its licensure discipline rule. State Board staff recommends approval of this item on first reading.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Madison? No questions. We have a recommendation. Do I have a motion then to accept license reinstatement restoration applications?
So moved.
Second.
Vice Chair Cobbins moves. Chair Hartgrove seconds. Any further discussion? No further discussion. All in favor of accepting license reinstatement and restoration applications policy as recommended, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, Mr. Madison. Permit and license denial.
Thank you. Tennessee State Board of Education Permit and License Denial, Formal Reprimand, Suspension, and Revocation Policy 5.501 details the procedures followed in cases of possible license denial, formal reprimand, suspension, or revocation and denial of a temporary permit. This item, also on first reading, proposes revisions to the policy to align with the board-approved revisions to its licensure discipline rule, incorporating statutory changes passed by the General Assembly during the 2023 legislative session. Revisions also modify language referring to criminal convictions and notice requirements to incorporate the board-approved revisions to its licensure discipline rule. State Board staff recommends approval of this item on first reading.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. Any comments or questions for Mr. Madison? No comments or questions. We have a recommendation then to approve permit and license denial, formal reprimand, suspension, and revocation policy 5.501, first reading. Do I have a motion to accept that?
So moved.
Chair Hartgrove moves, Vice Chair Cobbins seconds. Any further discussion? No discussion. All in favor then for accepting the permit and license denial 5.501 policy, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Madison.
Thank you.
We'll now move into action items on final reading. Some of these will recall roll call votes if they're a rule. Ms. Shannon Gordon, School Counseling Model and Standards Policy.
Good morning, Shannon Gordon, Chief Operating Officer. School Counseling Model and Standards Policy 5.103 outlines program components, program expectations, and Tennessee school counseling standards for the Tennessee Comprehensive School Counseling Model of Practice. In the 2022 legislative session, Governor Lee and the Tennessee General Assembly passed the Tennessee Investment in Student Achievement TISA Act, which will transition the state to a student-based funding approach starting in the 2023-24 school year. Due to the passage of TISA, this item proposes changes to the School Counseling Model and Standards Policy 5.103 to remove specific references to the Basic Education Program, BEP, from the policy and align language with TISA. There are no revisions between first and final reading. The Department of Education recommends approval of this item on final reading. The SBE staff concurs with this recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. We have any questions? No questions. Do I have a motion then to accept School Counseling Model and Standards Policy on final reading as recommended by the department?
So moved.
Vice Chair Cobbins moves. Do I have a second? Mr. Wells seconds. Any further comments or questions? All in favor of School Counseling Model and Standards Policy 5.103 signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries on final reading. Next item is Jennifer Jordan, Special Education Caseload and Class Size Standards, Policy 3.206.
Good morning, Board. Jennifer Jordan, Assistant Commissioner of Special Education and Intervention Programs, Department of Education. TCA 491104B requires the State Board of Education to establish class size standards and caseload standards for instructional personnel and teachers having primary responsibility for the development, implementation, and updating a student individual's education programs, IEP. Special Education Class Size Standards Policy 3.206 outlines minimum caseload and class size standards toward improving staffing practices based on the learning needs of the students and the instructional capacity of the teacher. In the 2022 legislative session, Governor Lee and the Tennessee General Assembly passed the Tennessee Investment in Student Achievement TISA Act, which will transition the state to a student-based funding approach starting in the 2023-24 school year. Due to the passage of TISA, this item proposes changes in the Special Education Caseload and Class Size Standards Policy 3.206 to remove specific references to the Basic Education Program, BEP, from the policy and to align language with TISA. This item also updates outdated language in the policy to align with the current law and practice. Minor revisions were made between the first and final reading to improve clarity regarding caseload requirements. The Department of Education recommends approval of this item on final reading. The SBE staff concurs with this recommendation.
We have a recommendation. Do we have questions? Yes, Vice Chair Cobbins.
Just one question on this. I know in looking at the maximum number of students, specifically in the, I think it was 9 through 12 category, I think that number was 30, which aligns with the, I guess, maximum for general education as well.
That's true.
Is that not high for special ed?
I think it would depend on the course itself. Many of our special education students are in an inclusionary setting. And so that number does align with the recommendations for the gen ed setting as well. There
I guess
are.
I'm thinking more self-contained, in a self-contained environment. And I know it said, you know, that they can employ paraprofessionals and other people
To increase.
to support. But I'm just visually trying to imagine 30 kids in a classroom, and
Yes,
if
sir.
that is sensible.
understand and agree. I think one thing that I shared on first read and something we intend to do, first read I think was in May, if I'm not mistaken, toward the end of the school year. One of the things that we are going to do is really do some stakeholder engagement around class size and caseload. And so we were hesitant to change anything at this point without engaging stakeholders. We have quarterly meetings with our Governor's Disabilities Advisory Council, so we were going to start there. And we did bring this up as something for the upcoming agenda, which is our next meeting is in October. Additionally, we are going to engage stakeholders within the school system, both special educators, general educators, administrators, as well as families. We have a relationship, a very strong relationship with the advocacy groups across the state. And so we're going to really use that as a mechanism to engage the families and kind of see what the pulse is as far as class size and caseload. Across the nation, there is not a standard protocol. Basically, what the decision is, one, it's an LEA decision as far as autonomy at the local level, and two, it's really based on those individual students' needs and that individual education program. But we are going to get some feedback from stakeholders. I'm happy to bring that back to the board as well.
Can you send me information on the advisory council meeting?
Certainly
in October?
can.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly can.
I would, oh, yes, Ms. McIntyre.
I was actually thinking the same thing. I've been in inclusion classes and they work with paraprofessionals and sped teachers, but I would like to have some discussion about having lower class sizes for inclusion classes. I think that would be very beneficial. So if you could send me some information too.
Absolutely.
I have a question. It does allow, the policy does allow waiver request, just like in phys ed. Do you have any idea how many waivers a year in special ed? And I know licensure, special ed or endorsed areas is very difficult, and we're short on those areas. But do you have any idea how many waiver requests we handle a year for?
Waiver requests for educators or waiver requests
Well,
for
there's
above class size?
Both class size and additional training, using additional trained paraprofessionals
Okay.
instead of.
For a class size, that actually comes from the commissioner's office, so I don't have that data. I'm sure that we could find that data. Can you clarify the question? So
Sure. So
ask the right question.
the policy here says the Commissioner of Education may grant waivers of the special education class size requirements, so that's one, including allowing the use of additional trained paraprofessionals who work under the direct supervision, so, of a license. So how many waiver requests do we have for class size? And then are there waiver requests for paraprofessionals as opposed to having professionals? I don't know if there's.
Okay, Chairman, I think Commissioner Reynolds is making a note. So we'll have to get that information for the first question.
Okay. Ms. Sanders?
Just one point, the federal law prohibits, and our rules reflect this as well, any waiver of licensure requirements for special education teachers.
Okay.
So what this is saying is that the commissioner can grant a waiver of the class size requirements if they supplement that licensed teacher with additional trained paraprofessionals. That's one of the things that the commissioner can take into account when determining whether or not to grant a class size waiver. Christy Ballard is in the room, and so I don't want to call on her, but I do know from conversations with her that the class size waivers just generally are one of the most requested waivers from the commissioner's office. So I'm sure they can get you that data pretty quickly.
Thank you. That'd be helpful.
Chairman Evie, just one additional, just some additional information related to what Angie was saying about not allowing waivers for special educators. We do have several relationships with higher education where we're providing opportunities for licensed teachers to go back and receive their or earn their special education endorsement for free. And I think that program is very well received and full. So we are looking at ways to not only increase the capacity of our educators that are presently in the schools and the paraprofessionals, but also thinking about ways to increase, just recruit and retain special educators through different pathways to receive endorsements as well.
Thank you. Ms. Ballard, did you want to say something?
Christy Ballard, General Counsel for the department. I know you were asking about just class size waivers in general, and that is one of the most common waivers that the commissioner over the years has granted. And we generally grant general class size waivers of the average class size, not the max. They are posted publicly on our website, but we can pull data on that, and they're posted, the request along with the approval of that waiver. Now, waivers of the caseload standards for special education, I'm not aware of any that we've received specifically. They're more like this third grade class, we want a waiver. I'll double check just to make sure that my memory is correct, but I don't think we've ever granted a waiver of the special ed caseload standards.
Thank you. I will mention this on the general class sizes, that the department and the state board are working closely together to do this step back on the licensure requirements to see how, without impacting the quality, how we can make the licensure requirements easier so we can attack some of these shortage issues. Other questions or comments? We have a recommendation then to accept the special education caseload and class size standards, policy 3.206. Do I have a motion to accept that?
So moved.
Vice Chair Cobbins moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Chair Hartgrove seconds. Any further discussion? None. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Jordan. Next item is Coordinated School Health Program Policy. Ms. Shannon Gordon.
Shannon Gordon, Chief Operating Officer. Coordinated School Health Policy 4.204 outlines the minimum standards and requirements of the Coordinated School Health Program for LEAs to use in developing guidelines and procedures that address the health needs of their students and improve student opportunities for academic achievement. In the 2022 legislative session, Governor Lee and the Tennessee General Assembly passed the Tennessee Investment in Student Achievement, TISA Act, which will transition the state to a student-based funding approach, which started in the 23-24 school year. Due to the passage of TISA, this item proposes changes to the Coordinated School Health Policy 4.204 to remove specific references to the Basic Education Program, the BEP, from the policy and aligns language with TISA. There are no changes between first and final reading. The Department of Education recommends approval of this item on final reading. The SBE staff concurs with this recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. Any questions? If no question, Mr. Mullenhour.
Brief comment.
Sure.
I don't want to sway anybody's vote here today, but I do want to thank you for, or I guess thank your husband for bringing in the baked goods.
I'm on a sugar high right now, so yeah. It was excellent. Any other comments or questions? If none, all in favor for accepting Coordinated School Health Program Policy 4. I need a motion first. Do we have a motion? Mr. Wells moves. Do I have a second? Ms. McIntyre seconds. She gets her name in the... Great. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Gordon. Next item is Education or Evaluation Policy. Ms. Martha Moore.
Good morning. I am Martha Moore, Senior Director of Educator Effectiveness, with our annual updates to the achievement measure options for teachers listed in Educator Evaluation Policy 5.201. Pursuant to TCA 491302 DB23 and Educator Evaluation Rule Chapter 05200201, Educators and evaluators are responsible for selecting a closely aligned additional achievement measure from either the pre-K 8 or the 9-12 grade band for the purposes of calculating 25% of the educator's overall level of effectiveness score if the teacher is an attested subject, or 15% for those in non-tested subjects and administrators. Evaluators select school-level measures in consultation with the teachers that are aligned very closely to the educator's primary teaching assignment. The department monitors implementation and provides feedback to the districts to ensure all measures selections comply with the law and policy. In order for an assessment to be recommended by the State Board for approval as an additional achievement measure, the department reviews the measures and ensures that all measures meet the following conditions. They are aligned appropriately to the Tennessee academic standards for the grade level or content area. They demonstrate the appropriate level of rigor for the Tennessee academic standards and show students' culmination of understanding, strengths, and areas for improvement. As part of the department monitoring process, we review the options on the achievement measure worksheet for frequency of use and applicability. For the 23-24 school year, the department has reviewed all approved achievement measures for frequency of use. All college, career, and technical measure options have been reviewed by content experts to ensure alignment to the CCTE content standards, rigor, and ability to measure impact of teaching practice. All off-the-shelf measures will undergo a similar review by department content area specialists prior to the 24-25 school year to establish alignment to the new standards. The department has updated the list of industry certifications available as achievement measure options for educator evaluation. CCTE industry certifications are classified into 3 categories: recognized or Tier 1, preferred or Tier 2, and valued Tier 3. The department is recommending that only preferred and valued credentials, that's Tier 2 and 3, remain on the list and that recognized measures are removed. This resulted in the proposed removal of 178 measures and the addition of 83 more measures to the list. The net change was the removal of 95 total measures, all from the recognized tier. 1 additional career cluster was added, government and public administration, with 3 measure options. 1 off-the-shelf measure, iStation, was removed for lack of use. Each section of the achievement measure list was restructured and alphabetized, and between first and final reading, that reformatting was done to make it more usable to readers. The department recommends approval of this item on final reading, and that State Board staff concurs.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Questions for Ms. Moore? No questions. We have a recommendation then for Educator Evaluation Policy 5.201 on final reading. Do I have a motion to accept that recommendation?
So moved.
Vice Chair Cobbins moves. Is there a second? Chair Hartgrove seconds. Any further discussion? If none, all in favor for Education Evaluation Policy 5.201 signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item, Ms. Angie Sanders, Fiscal Capacity Formula Review and Approval Rule. This will require a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, Angie Sanders, General Counsel for the Board, presenting to you on final reading a new Fiscal Capacity Formula Review and Approval Rule 0520-01-02-.33. The Tennessee Investment in Student Achievement, or TISA Act, created a new student-based funding formula for K-12 education. Part of that funding formula is a fiscal capacity calculation that is used to determine the percentage of local funding share that each county must contribute to public education. Tennessee Code Annotated 493104 requires the State Board of Education to approve the fiscal capacity calculation after it has been evaluated by the Comptroller of the Treasury. Furthermore, the Department of Education's TISA rules provide that the comptroller may make recommendations to the State Board regarding any future changes to the fiscal capacity models, and that the State Board shall establish a process and a timeline for reviewing and approving any changes. This new rule sets forth the timeline for how often the Comptroller of the Treasury will undertake a review of the fiscal capacity formula, the process for how the State Board will consider and approve any recommended changes or considerations noted by the Comptroller in their report, and a process for how requests for changes to the formula can be evaluated by the State Board and the Comptroller of the Treasury outside of the regular established review cycle. In development of this rule, we consulted with the Comptroller of the Treasury's office as well as the department and incorporated their feedback. We also held a rulemaking hearing. We did not receive any comments as part of the rulemaking hearing, but we did receive some additional informal feedback from the Comptroller's office, which was incorporated into this version on final reading. And with that, I am happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions or comments? I do have one. If you look at, let's see, D, what number is that? D, E, so E, paragraph on E, the State Board may request that the Comptroller and Treasurer evaluate proposed changes fiscal formula outside of an inserted regular 5-year cycle. But then down on 4.3E, I think it is, let's see where it is. 4E3. It just has, consider on the controller during the last sentence, during the next scheduled 5-year review. Since we have inserted regular before, should we not insert regular here just to make it consistent?
Yes, I don't think that's a substantive change, so we can make that upon submitting this to the Attorney General's office.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? If none, then we have a recommendation for accepting the fiscal capacity formula review. This will require a roll call vote. If I have a motion and a second, is there a motion? Mr. Holt moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Vice Chair Cobbins seconds. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Griffin, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Cobbins.
Aye.
Ms. Hartgrove.
Aye.
Mr. Holt.
Aye.
Mr. Jensen.
Aye.
Ms. McInturf.
Aye.
Mr. Mullenhour.
Aye.
Mr. Morrow. Mr. Wells.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, you have 8 ayes.
The motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Next item is item F, Universal Student Screeners and State Adopted Benchmark Rules, Assessment Rules. Ms. Robin Ye.
Good morning. Robin Ye, Deputy Director of Policy at the Department of Education. I'm here to present to the board on final reading the Universal Student Screener and State Adopted Benchmark Assessment Rule. The Tennessee Learning Loss Remediation and Student Acceleration Act requires LEAs and public charter schools to implement summer programming to provide students with additional learning opportunities. The Act requires that LEAs and public charter schools administer a pre-test and a post-test at the beginning and end of the camps. This item revises the Universal Student Screeners and State Adopted Benchmark Assessments Rule to amend the definition of pre-test to remove the requirement that the pre-test is used to determine adequate growth for the purposes of 3rd grade to 4th grade promotion pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated 49.6.3115. In measuring adequate growth for the purposes of 3rd grade promotion, the department proposed that the student's 3rd grade ELA TCAP or the TCAP retake, if applicable, serve as a baseline score to measure adequate growth. This approach was approved by the State Board at the May 2023 meeting and allows the department to calculate a student's growth towards proficiency with a consistent standards-aligned measure to ensure teachers and families have transparent information regarding their students' progress. These revisions also ensure the rule and State Board promotion and retention policy are aligned. This item also clarifies that for grades K-3, the State Board approved universal reading screeners shall serve as a state adopted benchmark assessments for the purpose of identifying priority students for the camps. The revisions also expand the grade bands for summer programming to 9th grade in accordance with Public Chapter 144 of the 2023 session. State Board staff held a rulemaking hearing on July 13th and no comments were received. And between first and final reading, only minor clerical revisions were made. I'd be happy to take any questions. Oh, and I recommend on final reading. And then happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ye. Any questions? No questions. Is there a motion then to accept the Universal Student Screeners and State Adopted Benchmark Assessments Rule on final reading?
So moved.
Vice Chair Cobbins moves. Mr. Wells seconds. Further discussion? No discussion. This too requires a roll call vote. Mr. Griffin.
Mr. Cobbins.
Aye.
Ms. Hargrove.
Aye.
Mr. Holt.
Aye.
Mr. Jensen.
Aye.
Ms. McInturf.
Aye.
Mr. Mullenhour.
Aye.
Mr. Morrow. Mr. Wells.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, you have 8 ayes.
Yes, sir. The motion passes. Next item is educator licensure. Mr. Todd Madison.
Good morning, Todd Madison, Senior Associate Counsel for the Board. State Board Rule 0520-02-03-.09 governs the denial, formal reprimand, suspension, and revocation of a Tennessee educator license and denial of a temporary permit application. Revisions to this rule were brought to you in May and approved on first reading. They incorporate changes from new legislation passed by the General Assembly during the 2023 legislative session. The new legislation removes the requirement that the board automatically suspend an educator's license for defaulting on student loan payment and gives the board authority to take the following actions. Automatically revoke a license without the right to a hearing pursuant to a court order, settlement agreement, or plea agreement requiring the educator to surrender his or her Tennessee educator license. Prohibit individuals with an expired license from applying for reactivation if the individual has committed conduct that would require the board to automatically revoke their license if it were still active. The law also requires the board to report these individuals to other states via the National Clearinghouse. Laws passed also clarify that individuals who fall under the following classifications are ineligible for an educator license or temporary permit in Tennessee. An individual who has been substantiated by DCS or similar agency in another jurisdiction as having committed child abuse, severe child abuse, child sexual abuse, or child neglect. And also an individual who has been placed on the state's vulnerable persons registry, the state's sex offender registry, or a similar registry in another jurisdiction. Other edits were made to the rule to clarify penalties for directors who fail to report misconduct in alignment with new legislation, and to clarify that applications for the restoration or reactivation of a revoked license must be reviewed and approved by the board at a regularly scheduled meeting. Non-substantive edits were made for clarity between first and final reading. A rulemaking hearing was held on July 13th, 2023. No public comments were submitted regarding this rule. As such, the State Board staff recommends approval on final reading.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. Are there any questions for Mr. Madison? Mr.
I have
Jensen.
one comment on this, and looking at your bullet points there, I guess it's implicit in this that there is an active check of those registries elsewhere. So I don't know that it doesn't say you don't, but it doesn't say you do. Maybe that's in your hiring process, for example. Is that a routine part of the hiring process? Is to check those other registries?
I think the LEAs are required to check them, aren't? Is that right?
I believe they are. I'd have to check on that. This specific part of the law says that they're not even eligible to obtain a license and that they're not allowed to be hired. So if they're not allowed to hire them, then surely they need to be checking those registries. But I can check and make sure that the law addresses that that has to be part of the process.
That's my question. Is it a part of the process? So, and if we need to get an answer on that, but in reading, it's like, it doesn't seem to be clear to me that, and I'm asking behind the law, is it a process within an LEA? Are they required to do those kind of registry checks or whatever the hiring process might require?
Yes, we can certainly look into that. Our rules don't have the ability to govern their hiring process, but the law makes it clear they cannot hire them. So they should have policies in place that state that those registries will be checked to ensure that they are complying with that requirement to not employ those people. But we can check on that.
Would that be a recommended policy like from TSBA or something to the districts?
That's correct.
Yeah, so I would check with TSBA because they have a lot of standard policies. Good question. Any other questions or comments? If none, we have a recommendation then for educator licensure denial, formal reprimand, suspension, and revocation rule. Do I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
Chair Hartgrove moves, Vice Chair Cobbins seconds. So any further discussion? This too requires a roll call vote. Mr. Griffin?
Mr. Cobbins? Ms. Hartgrove?
Aye.
Mr. Holt?
Aye.
Ms. Jensen?
Aye.
Ms. McInturf?
Aye.
Mr. Mullenhour?
Aye.
Mr. Morrow? Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. Eby?
Aye.
Commissioner Eby, sorry.
Commissioner?
Not Commissioner. Chairman Eby. My head's out.
I get paid.
Chairman Eby.
No problem.
Chairman Eby, you have 8 members.
Thank you, Casey.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next item, Mr. Michael Dearline, Education Preparation Rule.
Morning, Chairman and members. Michael Durline, Deputy Executive Director of Policy and Research with the State Board. This item is the Educator Preparation Rule, Chapter 05200204. This rule details the entities that educator preparation providers may form primary partnerships with to support teacher candidate recruitment and selection, candidate preparation, and especially during that clinical practice period. Recommendations include revisions to multiple sections of the rule to permit EPPs to form primary partnerships with charter management organizations. Currently, EPPs are limited to forming primary partnerships with school districts. There have been no changes to this rule since first reading, and State Board staff held a rulemaking hearing, and there were no public comments received. Happy to take any questions you all may have.
Thank you, Mr. Dearline. Any questions for Mr. Dearline? Mr. Mullenhour.
So, Michael, I realize we're not addressing this today, but I do want to just ask you a couple of questions, mainly about whether or not we're resourcing you adequately to implement the intent of the legislature. So last year we passed public chapter, I think it was 438, or what became public chapter 438. This has to do with the implicit bias, the prohibition on implicit bias training for a variety of agencies, to include EPPs specifically. The fiscal note on that, on the two bills, mentioned that 28 out of 44 of the EPPs are currently in violation or are believed to be in violation, and that there would be some additional process required to ensure their compliance, and potentially even an additional person on, I guess, either the department or on the state board staff. My question to you is, can you give us a high-level overview, kind of where do we stand in putting this into place, and is there anything that we can do to help resource that effort in the event that you end up having to implement some additional processes, because as we tweak and dial in important things within this, rule set, there's obviously kind of this looming question of if half of them are already in violation, that seems like a pretty big priority.
Before you do that, can you give a little more background on
What's being referred to here?
Yeah.
So CAPE Standard 1, and I don't have it in front of me, but references to some degree that prospective educators have to be supported in their understanding of personal biases. And to give you kind of some context on where we are in this conversation, and I'm not a lawyer, so I do want to caveat that, so I will look over here if need be. But I will say that we're in active conversations with CAPE and the department on this. I've had an initial conversation with CAPE, and they provided some detail that suggests that an EPP's ability to meet that standard is actually quite broad, and the evidence that they could propose and provide for that is more along the lines of making sure candidates have access to diverse students in rural and urban and suburban communities, students of color, that sort of thing. So I think that we need to confirm that that's in fact true. I've also seen some inconsistencies in the CAPE standard language. There's a PDF document that includes that language that I just referenced, and then their website does not. So I think there's some clarification we need to get from CAPE on this, and then have some conversations with our legal teams to figure out if this would in fact be problematic for EPPs in Tennessee.
Okay. Is there anything that we can do to help support that effort?
Not that I can think of at the moment. Not yet. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll put it that way.
Okay. Okay. Well, I appreciate your work on it. I mean, I'll speak for myself only. On the one hand, I do want to respect the legislature and the actions. In this case, I happen to also agree with their position on it, and I just want to make sure that that as if half the EPPs are potentially in violation of this, I just want to make sure that I and we are doing everything that we can to help bring clarification, bring adjustments, and essentially bring the will of the legislature to play as quickly as we can.
Yeah. One thing I will say, again, not a lawyer, but the CAPE process, one thing they really emphasized to me when I spoke to them was that they don't require any specific training. So there's not they don't say every candidate must go through this training. So that may come into play in our conversations as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for Mr. Durline? We have a recommendation then on Education Preparation Rule 05200204.02.04 and .07, 09, and 10. Do I have a motion to accept as recommended?
So moved.
Mr. Mullenhour moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Vice Chair Cobbins seconds. Any further discussion? This requires a roll call vote. Mr. Griffin.
Mr. Cobbins. Ms. Hartgrove.
Aye.
Mr. Holt.
Aye.
Mr. Jensen.
Aye.
Ms. McInturf.
Aye.
Mr. Mullenhour.
Aye.
Mr. Morrow. Mr. Wells.
Aye.
Chairman Eby.
Aye.
Chairman, you have 8 ayes.
Motion passes. Thank you, Michael. Next item is Occupational Education Scholarship Program Rule. Ms. Brooke Amos.
Good morning. Brooke Amos, Assistant Commissioner of Human Capital with the Department of Education. Presenting on Occupational Educator Scholarship Program Rule 0520-02-05. The State Board of Education Occupational Educator Scholarship Program Rule outlines the eligibility requirements for the Occupational Educator Scholarship Program. This item removes the reference to a promissory note and instead requires scholarship participants to enter into a written agreement with the EPP to repay the scholarship to the state of Tennessee if requirements are not met. This item also makes several other revisions to better align the rule with TCA 49-11-102 and ensure consistent use of defined terms throughout the rule. This item also makes revisions to section -.05 of the rule to align language related to the maximum amount of the Occupational Educator Scholarship with Public Chapter 181 of the Public Acts of 2023. State Board staff held a rulemaking hearing. No comments were submitted regarding this rule. Revisions were made on final reading to clarify that an individual is not required to repay the scholarship in the event of death or permanent disability. The Department of Education recommends approval of this item on final reading. The State Board of Education staff concur with this recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Amos. Are there any questions for Ms. Amos? If there's no questions, we have a recommendation for Occupational Educator Scholarship Program Rule 0520-02-05.02 through 05. Is there a motion to accept as recommended?
So moved.
Chair Hartgrove moves. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Holt seconds. Is there further discussion? This too requires a roll call vote. Mr. Griffin.
Mr. Cobbins.
Aye.
Ms. Hartgrove.
Aye.
Mr. Holt.
Aye.
Mr. Jensen.
Aye.
Ms. McInturf.
Aye.
Mr. Mullenhour.
Aye.
Mr. Morrow. Mr. Wells.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, you have 8 ayes.
Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Amos. Next item is Charter School Governing Body Training Approval Rule. Ms. Allie Reed.
I think with 1 minute left, it's still good morning. Allie Reed, Director of Engagement and Accountability for the State Board. The Charter Schools Governing Body Rule, the training rule rather, sets the training requirements and course approval process for charter school governing body members and their annual training requirements.
A rulemaking hearing was held on the 13th of July by State Board staff and no comments were received. We also shared the rule with charter school authorizers for a final round of feedback. So since first reading, the rule has been updated to extend the deadline for governing body members to complete their annual training requirements, to change the training course submission date to align with the school board member training process, and to add a deadline for training course providers to submit completion to authorizers. As this process is now incredibly similar to our school board member training process, for the 2024 cycle, our school board training advisory committee will expand to include a member of a charter school governing body member, and the committee will be responsible for reviewing and recommending to the board training courses for both local school board members as well as charter school governing body members. Our committee will also consider if there's a need to continue the committee beyond 2024, as now both processes are established. Should the committee recommend continuation, our staff will make additional updates and cross-reference between the two as necessary. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Holt.
So, Ally, just to confirm, the training course hours that would have had to be completed by November 15th of this year will now have to be completed by June 30th of next year. So there will be no submission for charter school board members for the year 2023.
There will be. It follows a school year, not a fiscal year, rather than randomly in November.
Okay. So for charter school board members who did not submit their required hours by the end of the school year,
I see what you're asking me.
we're in a gap, right?
Mhm.
We're in a
Yep.
gap. And so they hadn't done it yet because the deadline was November 15th. And now the deadline is June 30th of next year.
Right. Yes.
They get a bye.
What's that?
I think I just wanted to confirm that. 'Cause
Yes. Thank you. Because it's a rule, it is not yet in effect. So once it becomes in effect, that will actually begin next fiscal year, if that makes sense.
Okay, and for charter school board members, who in the fall have up through now been doing training courses each year under the existing rule, and who would be planning on doing those training courses and submitting them for compliance purposes by November 15th, if this rule is approved by the Joint Operations Committee of the General Assembly, then I guess they would just not have to do that, and they would need to submit them by June 30th of 2024.
Correct.
And just for timing purposes, so there are, in Nashville, I would guess roughly 100 people who are board members of public charter schools, who would otherwise be doing these trainings to try to meet that deadline. Do we expect that government ops meets and approves a rule like this before November 15th?
Of this year?
Correct.
There is no way they will be able to approve this rule before November 15th of this year.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's just not going to happen.
So,
Wait, no way they won't be able to?
So the rule as it currently stands will still be in effect on November 15th of this year. So for this year, they will submit on November 15th. Just based on the rule promulgation process that's set forth in law, once, assuming the board approves these today, they will be sent to the Attorney General's office for approval, and then the Secretary of State's, where they are assigned an effective date that is 90 days after they're filed with the Secretary of State's office. My estimation, based on how long that's normally taking, is that this would probably be in front of the Government Operations Committee for approval sometime in February of 24. So that would be, it would go into effect likely sometime in February, March, and that is just an estimate. Lots of disclaimers around that. Which would mean there would still be plenty of notice and time to make sure that board members know that in 2024, the date will be June 30, that they'll have to submit, and not November 15th.
So those people would do their training by November 15th of this year, and then they would do an additional 4 hours of training by June 30th next year, assuming the government ops approves the rule in the interim.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Other questions or comments? Let me just say this. I have sat on this training board advisory committee now for, how long has it gone on? A couple of years?
About 3 years,
Yeah,
yep.
3 years. And I think we are getting things together in alignment and making it clear. And Ally has done an outstanding job of leading and facilitating that training advisory committee and keeping us on point. Thank you so much, Ally, for that.
Thank you.
No other questions? Do I have a motion then to accept the charter schools training approval rule as recommended? I'll move for that. I'll move that motion. Have a second.
Second.
Mr. Jensen seconds. Any further discussion? If not, this requires roll call vote. Mr. Griffin.
Ms. Cobbins.
Aye.
Ms. Hartgrove.
Aye.
Mr. Holt.
Aye.
Mr. Jensen.
Aye.
Ms. McInturf.
Aye.
Mr. Mullenhour.
Aye.
Mr. Morrow. Mr. Wells.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, you have 8 ayes.
Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Reed. Next item is high school policy. Ms. Christy Wall.
Morning, Chairman. Good morning, State Board. Afternoon by 5 minutes, excuse me. Here to present Christy Wall, Assistant Commissioner for Academics and Instructional Strategy, here to present for final reading item High School Policy 2.103. This policy further defines graduation and assessment requirements for high school students. This item presents revisions to the policy to align with Public Chapter 269 of the 2023 legislative session. PC 269 is listed within the high school policy, but specifically the item revises the graduation requirements and assessment section to the high school policy to align with PC 269 and presents a list of eligible courses to the State Board for approval. The department is recommending the following courses for which LEAs and public charter schools may create credit exams. Those are as follows: English 4, Pre-Calculus, Anatomy and Physiology, Ecology, World History and Geography, Economics, Personal Finance, Latin 1, French 1, German 1, Spanish 1, Russian 1, Japanese 1, Chinese 1, American Sign Language 1, and Other Languages 1. Between the first and final reading, revisions were made to clarify that accommodations provided to students with disabilities in general education classes should be in accordance with the student's individualized education program and/or 504 plan. Revisions also add a requirement for the department to seek feedback from LEAs and public charter schools on additional eligible courses to propose to State Board for credit exams. At this time, I'm happy to take any questions on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. Any questions? Chair Hargrove.
I have a motion that I'm going to present to amend a section. It's on page 19, and I want to start out by first of all saying that our team, legal team and staff have gotten a lot of questions about this particular section. I think it's important to note that LEAs are required to develop I'm going to probably say this wrong because I'm going to defer to Angie if I get it wrong, but they're required to write a policy that governs credit exams. Am I stating that correctly? And because they are required to do that, the language that is on page 19, VH, does not clearly align with the language that's in the statute, in the law. So we want to make sure that it's really clear that our language is aligning with the law. So the amendment that I'm going to propose, because Ms. Sanders brought this to my attention, to amend, this is my motion, to amend Section 5, Paragraph 8H on page 19 of the policy to delete the language that develops credit exams for this purpose, so that the revised Paragraph H will read, an LEA or public charter school shall develop a policy on implementation of credit exams and report required information to the Department of Education in accordance with Public Chapter 269 of 2023. And we can divert any questions to Angie or Nathan. Are there any?
So let me make sure we understand this. So what you're saying is that an LEA will be required to develop a policy whether they offer credit exams or not, correct?
Angie Sanders, General Counsel for the Board. That is the way the law is written, and from what I understand in conversations with Mr. James, the intent of the sponsor of the law. So essentially, the board would have a policy either stating they are developing them or they are not, and still addressing the minimum requirements in the law for what that policy needs to contain.
Thank you. Further questions or comments on the amendment? We have a motion for the amendment. Do I have a second for that amendment? Mr. Wells seconds. Is there further discussion on the amendment? If not, we will vote on the amendment. This amends paragraph H on page 19. And it will say an LEA or public charter school shall develop a policy on implementation of credit exams and report required information to the Department of Education in accordance with Public Charter 269 of 2023. All in favor signify, for the amendment, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The amendment passes. This is a policy, it's not a rule, so it doesn't require a roll call vote. Now we'll take up the main item, policy. Is there a motion to accept the policy as amended then?
So moved.
Mr. Mullenhour moves. Do I have a second to that?
Second.
Chair Hartgrove seconds. Any further discussion on that item? No further discussion. Then all in favor of high school policy as amended, high school policy 2.103, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Wall. Next item, education preparation providers. Ms. Brooke Amos again.
Thank you all. Good morning, afternoon. Brooke Amos, Assistant Commissioner of Human Capital. This item contains action recommendations for educator preparation providers, EPPs, and the specialty area programs, SAPs, for 3 existing EPPs, Bethel University, Fisk University, Trevecca Nazarene University, and 1 prospective EPP, Sumner County Schools. The Department of Education is responsible for administering the review of EPPs and SAPs, ensuring that the review process is completed with fidelity. Review processes consider key components of State Board of Education Educator Preparation Rule 0520-02-04, Educator Preparation Policy 5.504, and Literacy and Specialty Area Standards Policy 5.505. The review process is robust, includes but is not limited to reporting on adherence to accreditation standards, participating in an on-site review, receiving a full report from the review committee, and having the opportunity to provide a rejoinder. All reviews are evaluated by the Tennessee Advisory Committee on Educator Preparation, ACEP, which is comprised of statewide experts from EPPs and LEAs. The purpose of ACEP is to ensure consistency and integrity across all comprehensive, focused, and prospective EPP reviews. For this review cycle, 1 EPP completed the joint CAPE state accreditation process, and 2 EPPs completed the state-managed comprehensive review process. Those recommendations are as follow. Trevecca Nazarene University. This joint CAPE state accreditation process and state SAP comprehensive review process took place in fall 2022. The review team concluded that the EPP meets expectations on all CAPE standards. No critical deficiencies were cited. Because the provider meets expectations on all standards, Trevecca Nazarene University is recommended for full approval, along with full approval for all specialty area programs. Bethel University. This state-managed EPP and SAP comprehensive review took place in fall 2022. The review team concluded that the EPP meets expectations on TNCR standards 1 through 4, but did not meet expectations on TNCR standard 5. Some major stipulations were cited, and minor stipulations were also found. Because Bethel University met expectations on 3 or more standards, but fell below expectations on 1 or more standards, The provider is recommended for probationary approval, major stipulations. The provider is recommended for full approval for all specialty area programs. An EPP that is issued probationary approval may recommend candidates for licensure, but shall submit to the department an improvement plan which is subject to annual progress monitoring. The EPP shall also participate in a focused review within 3 years of receiving probationary approval from the state board. Fisk University. This state-managed comprehensive review took place in fall 2022. The provider specialty area programs were operational less than 3 years at the time of the review and were thus ineligible to undergo a review. The review team concluded that the EPP did not meet expectations on any of the 5 standards. Critical deficiencies were cited for each component within all 5 standards. Because the provider fell below expectations on 2 or more standards, Fisk University is recommended for denial of approval. An EPP that is issued denial of approval shall no longer enroll new candidates for licensure and shall notify all candidates of the denial of approval status of its program. Denied EPPs may continue to serve candidates who can complete the program by the end of the semester that falls 12 months after the date of denial of approval. The EPP shall assist candidates who are unable to complete the program within this period in transferring to another degree program at the institution or at another approved EPP. The EPP may not reapply for initial approval for at least 3 years from the date of denial. For this review cycle, 1 EPP is seeking new EPP and SAP initial approval. Sumner County Schools. The Department of Education reviewed Sumner County Schools' proposal for initial approval as a new EPP with an associated SAP. The department review team concluded that Sumner County Schools meets all expectations on the initial EPP proposal and recommends that the provider be granted initial approval to proceed with the implementation of the new EPP and be allowed to recommend eligible educator preparation candidates in the SAP area of occupational CTE 6 through 12. Sumner County Schools is recommended for initial approval. Overall, the Department of Education recommends approval of this item on first and final reading. The State Board of Education staff concur with this recommendation. I'm happy to take questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Amos. Questions for Ms. Amos?
I've asked this question once before in a prep call, and I want to make sure that I'm still clear on this. For Sumner County Schools, when I first read the recommendation, I thought you were saying you're approving them more or less as a full EPP, and meaning that they could offer all types of classes, preparing an educator for other specialty groups within education or a licensure in general. But then it was the clarification that came back to me, if I understood it correctly, was that they're approved for CTE only. So would you clarify any misunderstanding I have?
Yes,
Thank you.
happy to. So they would be approved overall as an initial EPP provider, and they have elected at this time to be approved to offer the specialty area program of CTE, and then they can elect in the future to add on additional specialty area programs.
Okay. If they add on in the future, do they have to come back through you to get that approval? But because we're approving them today, it sounds like.
Yes, they would come through us and do what we call a specialty area program approval for additional SAPs.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Of course.
I have a question, or several questions about the Fisk. First, you indicated that they weren't up for the specialty area program, but the recommendation is for denial for the EPP. Does that then automatically deny them for the SAP program, a part of that?
Correct. This is their comprehensive review completed every 7 years, and so this would be for complete denial of approval of their program status.
And students who are in the program right now have to be notified, if they can complete within 12 months, that's fine, but if they can't, they have to move. So how many students are impacted that will have to go to some other school?
Yes, appreciate that question. We reached out to the university. They indicated that there are currently 9 students enrolled in the program. All currently would have, if they complete course of study as anticipated by the university, all would complete within the 12 months that would be remaining for the university's time.
you know, I think it's obviously pretty serious when we deny an existing EPP, and they've got to wait 3 years before they go forward. But I asked several questions, and I got an absolutely complete response from the department of, I won't go through them, but 12 different action items that the department went through to try and get responses and understand before they made the recommendation. So thank you for everything that you did on that.
Yes, appreciate that, and certainly I can speak for the review committee and ASAP that everyone took this seriously. And I will also say that we have contracted with a third-party vendor that focuses specifically on support to HBCUs and MSIs, and we'll be starting that partnership here in fall of 2023.
And then I know the Sumner County, this was a startup program for them, and they passed with flying colors. Again, from a lessons learned standpoint, how do we share what they did, you know, with other potential similar programs across the state as they develop these programs? Is there?
Yes, absolutely. Great question. I will say that our team is in close contact with our new EPPs, meeting with them throughout the first 2 years as a progressive onboarding experience for them. And then at the end of each annual comprehensive review cycle, the team takes lessons learned, both what is working well and areas for improvement, and presents that out at TACTI, the Fall TACTI Conference, annually.
Again, I think it speaks for how well your team is working with potential EPPs, and people want to be that, and so well done.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. McInturf.
So that's wonderful that the 9 can graduate, but what would happen if there were some that were not in that situation? Do you have oversight of that? I mean, we've talked about like higher education and making sure they graduate. That would be devastating for a teacher to be halfway through the program and have to move.
Yes, that's a fantastic question, and welcome. Essentially, what would happen should the 9 not be matriculating at the rate as anticipated by the university? In code, it is the university's responsibility to help those individuals either transition to another course of study within the university or transition to another EPP. Of course, the department would be willing and ready to support the university in making connections to other EPPs within the state as well.
But there's not like I would just like to see where you're more like specifically looking at each of those individuals and making sure that they're being successful somewhere else. So you would try
Right.
to keep it.
We would help
track of it.
facilitate that, but officially it is the responsibility of the university, but we would certainly be willing and ready to help the university in that as well.
Other questions or comments? If no questions or comments, we have a recommendation on educator preparation providers and specialty area programs from the department. Is there a motion to accept the recommendation?
So moved.
Vice Chair Cobbins moves. Is there a second? Mr. Wells seconds. Mr. James, this is not a rule, so this does not require a roll call vote. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All in favor then for accepting the recommendation as provided by the Department for Educator Preparation Providers and Special Area Programs signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Amos.
Thank you all.
We now move into Section 5, Automatic Teacher Licensure Actions. This will require a roll call vote.
Good afternoon. Todd Madison, Senior Associate Counsel, joined by Ryan Shanahan, Alex Anderson, Associate Counsels. First item we have are the automatic licensure actions. State law and board rule require the automatic revocation or automatic permanent revocation of an educator's license for certain criminal offenses and classifications set forth in law. These individuals have been convicted of one of the specified criminal offenses. As such, we recommend the approval of these automatic actions.
We have a recommendation. Is there any discussion? If not, can I have a motion then to accept as recommended the automatic teacher licensure revocation, permanent revocation?
Second.
Mr. Jensen moves, Chair Hartgrove seconds. Any further discussion? If no discussion, this does require a roll call vote. Mr. Griffin?
Mr. Cobbins.
Aye.
Ms. Hartgrove.
Aye.
Mr. Holt.
Aye.
Ms. Jensen.
Aye.
Ms. McInturf.
Aye.
Mr. Mullenhour.
Aye.
Mr. Morrow. Mr. Wells.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, you have 8 ayes.
Motion passes. Thank you. Next item, last item, is teacher licensure discipline actions. Mr. Madison again.
Thank you. The next item we have are the recommendations for licensure actions that are not tied to an automatic requirement. Each of these individuals has agreed to the proposed action before you. The board's legal staff recommends approval of these actions, and we're happy to take any questions you may have.
Mr. James, we can take these up in total, or do we have to do these separately?
They can be taken up in total,
Okay.
and it does require a roll call.
Yes, I understand. Yes, Mr. Cobbins.
Can we, well, let me put it this way. So for those who are serving a suspension or some sort of temporary discipline, can we ensure that they attest that they have read the Tennessee Teacher Code of Ethics as a condition of their reinstatement, or whatever you want to call it?
I mean, I think that's something that we can put in the order that they agree to as a contingency.
Okay. Well, there's some very specific items in there that are relevant to everything that we're reading about here.
Yes, sir.
Second is, particularly in the case of Graves and Quinones, one, for Graves, you know, engaging students in a debate about a racial slur, to me, warrants that if he were to ever, I know he voluntarily surrendered, I think that was the case, I can't remember, but in any case, some racial sensitivity, diversity training, I think is warranted, specifically in his case. So if I need to suggest that as an amendment, I can do that.
Suspension retroactive 1 month.
Right, okay. So yeah, in that instance, some sensitivity training around racial or diversity, equity and inclusion as an instructor, an educator, I think is warranted in that case. In the case of Quinones, you know, spanking a special needs child with a book and pulling their hair, she needs some anger management, and I think she voluntarily surrendered. So my question with that is, if she were to ever reapply or apply for reinstatement, can we make that a condition of her consideration or evaluation in that regard?
Make what exactly a consideration?
Anger management.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know if we
And
need to
her-
formalize that or how we do that, but I think those jump out at me as instances that warrant.
Mr. James, do we need to pull those two out separately with those requests?
If the body wishes to take separate action, it's got to pull them out and deal with them separately. So the vice chairman would move to remove
those out.
those from consideration and have them considered separately, and the body could take action on the other items and then proceed directly to Vice Chairman Commons' issues.
So I move that we take, what is that, K and D, that we remove those from the items for approval and take those separately.
So we have a motion to pull items D and item K. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Mr. Jensen seconds. Is there further discussion just to vote on whether to pull those out? If not, all in favor signify by saying, or do we need to do a roll call vote on that too, I guess? Yes, Mr. Griffin, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Cobbins.
Aye.
Ms. Hartgrove.
Aye.
Mr. Holt.
Aye.
Ms. Jensen.
Aye.
Ms. McInturf.
Aye.
Mr. Mullenhour.
Aye.
Mr. Morrow. Mr. Wells.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, you have 8 ayes.
Okay, so we will pull items G, no,
D and
items
K.
D and K out separately and with those. So we will now deal with all the other items at this point in time. Further comments or questions on them? I would also like to make a comment on what Mr. Cobbin says, and I'll address this to Ms. Hartpool. I know that in the EPPs and the colleges and universities, you know, they do have these ethic trainings, but again, every quarter we read these things. I would just encourage to impress upon them that they spend more time on that. Obviously, you know, it would be helpful. So, thank you. Yes, Mr. Wells.
I hope this is not too much out of order. It's related a little bit. A situation in my district was brought to me by a superintendent recently, and the staff is working on it. But since we can't talk privately, I thought I'd just say it out there, something that I would like to look at. We had a situation where someone looked like they were grooming. I guess before my time, you all took their license away. That teacher, educator, then left public school system and went to a private school, and had another issue there. He left off that he had been an educator in the public system. The private school, I guess, did not check in the same database that our public schools use. And so once they had a problem with that person in the private school, then looked at some history and called our superintendent locally. And so I think that's something that we need to try to figure out. I know it's hard for us to require private schools to do something in our systems, but it's definitely something that I think we need to look at. Sorry if that was out of order.
No, that's a very good point. Yes, Dr. Morrison.
I was just going to let Angie speak to that, because I know that is something that our staff is really actively working to do to expand our outreach to non-public schools, to charter schools, and we have a new team member joining us in a couple weeks who's going to be helping with that as well. So Angie, anything else you want to add to those efforts?
The only thing I want to add is the non-public school rule that you all approved back in October of 2022 that is going into effect in about 11 days does at least not require that they check TN Compass, but it encourages very strongly. It says that they should check TN Compass to determine if a teacher has ever had a license suspended or revoked. We can certainly look at bringing that rule back to you all in the future to make that a requirement that they check TN Compass. I think certainly the outreach that this team is doing to private schools ahead of making that change will help sort of make that a seamless transition for them, so that they know not only are they already required by law to be reporting these educators to us, but in order to report, they need to know who in their building is actually licensed. So we can work with you on that, Mr. Wells.
Good discussion. Other comments or questions? If not, do I have a motion then to accept the recommended actions for the licensure actions, except for items D and K? Mr. Wells moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Holt seconds. Any further discussion? Mr. Griffin, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Collins.
Aye.
Ms. Hartgrove.
Aye.
Mr. Holt.
Aye.
Ms. Jensen.
Aye.
Ms. McInturf.
Aye.
Mr. Mullenhour.
Aye.
Mr. Morrow. Mr. Wells.
Aye.
Mr. Eby.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman Eby, you have 8 ayes.
Motion passes, no problem. Okay, now let's pick up item D specifically. We're not going to take these together. We'll take them separately.
Okay.
Item D, Mr. Cobbins, you want to speak again?
Yes, sir. I would just move to amend this discipline action to include racial insensitivity training for Mr. Graves as a condition of his return to the classroom.
Let me ask a question. As I read this, it was a suspension retroactive 1 month. So is he already back in the school, in the classroom?
Probably so.
Oh, did he? Did it say?
Yeah, but it was
Mr. Graves is not currently in the classroom.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Chairman.
We're double checking, but we believe he had the LEA required some form of professional development on their end, which is why we did not recommend that in our recommendation, but we're gonna double check that.
Mr. Mullenhour?
Yeah, a couple thoughts. One is, there's 39 pages of commentary from a lot of different people here, some of which is consistent, some of which is conflicted. I think we as a body here need to be careful adjudicating specific cases for two reasons. One is, I think all of us would need to dig into the details to feel confident in making a determination. If we're going to deviate from the judgment and the presumably thorough investigation that this team has conducted, but more importantly, even if we all agreed, hey, yes, more should be done, or if we all agreed that less should be done, I think we need to be very careful coming in after the fact, coming in after our team has negotiated an agreement with an individual and coming in and saying, no, actually, we want to change it yet again. It has the potential to undermine their ability to get commitments from people, especially, some of the matters that are being dealt with are fairly insignificant, and others are very, very significant. And I would just hate to create a situation where any lawyer or individual on the other side of one of these issues looked at it and said, well, we could negotiate it all day long, come up with an agreement with Todd and his team, and then, it goes to the board, and then we got to start all over again. I think we have to be very careful potentially undermining that process. In this particular instance, it sounds like it's unclear to me what additional remedial training might have occurred. Have you guys gotten clarification on that in your conversation here just now?
Yes, Alex Anderson, Associate Counsel, State Board. Because he resigned from the LEA, then we do not have a record of him completing any additional professional development.
Okay, so he agreed to the suspension, but he ultimately resigned. So at this point, requiring him to do anything else would be a moot point because he's already resigned. Is that correct?
Unless he came back.
Correct. We can still ask that he complete professional development for our purposes, for our suspension purposes. But at the LEA level, he was not required to do anything additional because he resigned.
Got it.
Mr. Mullenhour, I will also say, and maybe I think it was probably before you came on, but when I was on, Mr. Cobbins and Chair Hartgrove, I know it was not uncommon on a quarterly basis that a recommendation would come to us that would be pulled out separately and the change would be made, and sometimes the legal staff would have to go back and renegotiate that. But that is, this is an action that's our responsibility that we take very seriously. And I think if we feel that that change needs to be made, we can make it. Our staff does an outstanding job. And reason we haven't had so many lately is because I think that really, they've done a much better job of bringing us in consistent matters, et cetera. But there are changes that may need to be made, and that is our responsibility, and we do take that seriously. I understand what you're saying, but if there is a case that we need to do it, we should do it.
Chairman Eby, I want to add something, if that's okay. I just want to say, I know that typically, unless something has changed, that you generally speak to that individual and inform them that this has to come before the State Board of Education for approval, and that's subject to the board's approval. And in that case, there could be a revision of what's being recommended. And so with that being said, I hope, Jordan, that would answer your question about that, because it's set up that way. So there shouldn't be any surprises because it could happen and they're informed of that. Is that still the case?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Holt? Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I know I was not as familiar with this file and was just looking through it after Mr. Mullenhour, pointed out that there are a lot of materials in it. And from what I can see, it doesn't appear to be, there's a dispute of what the material issue is, I think, that would rise to a desire for him to have this sort of training. It seems like every one of the documents, including I think one from the person himself, acknowledges that that's what happened. So I just wanted to, I would personally be supportive of that sort of addition.
You are or you're not?
Am.
Oh,
I am
that's
supportive of it.
interesting. What you're saying. Mr. Mullenhour?
Yeah, I guess my question, and maybe I'll direct it at Todd here, would be, I understand that there is a process by which we have to give final approval for any actions that are taken. On the other hand, if we were to begin taking those on a regular basis, on a consistent basis, I can just see a situation where it creates, if it goes to them first and negotiate, then it comes back to us, we say, no, we're not willing to accept that, then it goes back to the other party, and I could see a situation where we undermine their ability to move things through the process. I'm not saying that that's happening here, I'm just, for those of us who are newer on the board, it would be the kind of situation that could devolve into putting this team in a difficult situation, and we've pulled two today that may, and maybe rightly so. My question to you, Todd, would be, and I'll just be very candid, have you felt that you can move these cases through the process efficiently, or do you find that we are hindering you in any way by getting too involved? I realize I'm putting you on the spot, but this is a conversation that I think is worth having, at least briefly.
Sure. I think there's always potential for that. As far as, historically speaking, and in my experience here at the board, we haven't really been hindered by that, up until now. But anytime you're dealing with any sort of negotiations, I think there's always a potential for that to sort of be a bump in the road and maybe halt, the action that we're trying to take. And in that situation, we probably would end up proceeding with a hearing. So it's certainly not the end of the world on our end. It's just we'd have to go about it a different way. So
okay.
Go ahead.
I was just going to make the offer that maybe at an upcoming retreat or other workshop, we could go back through the process of how these cases, they kind of take two paths, either the hearing or coming to the board, and just, so you all understand. I do think it's important to have board member input on these cases, and you're not looking at them until they come to you in a meeting like this. So we will always defer and listen and take into account any movement that this board makes to amend these actions that have been recommended. And these are tricky cases, so it takes all of us really looking carefully, discussing together in forums like this. And then we can also let you know if it, ends up being an issue in terms of the process flow overall. But certainly, yes, I think the discussion today is one worth having.
Mr. Jensen.
Okay, clarification for me on this. Is it this board's responsibility if this gentleman or someone else decided they wanted a hearing? Where does that hearing occur?
So that hearing would occur in front of an administrative judge with the Administrative Procedures Division appointed by the Secretary of State's office. And it's just like you would imagine a hearing being. With that comes appeal rights. So if they were unhappy with that decision, they could appeal it directly to you and
to our body.
To you.
So in other words, we could be in that, not a lawyer, but the adjudication process at some point, correct?
At some point, yes. Now, it would be a little bit different. What you would have before you is basically a transcript of what happened at the hearing. There wouldn't be any sort of argument before you. It would just, you'd be reviewing what happened at that hearing and either uphold what was done or.
And just to follow up, I presume that these different folks are given that process. Here's how we can go about this, and it's their choice to go forward, and whether it's to a hearing or to go through a negotiation. Is that accurate?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So when you come forward with a recommendation, they've been offered a few paths to deal with this, and in the negotiation that you have with them, do they understand that when it comes forward to this board after you finished your work, that there is a possibility that this board could raise objection or ask questions or require something else? Is that clear to them?
It is. It's we include it in every order that they sign, that they acknowledge that is a potential circumstance that you guys would want to change.
So to finish my question, not this particular person, but these people they're not going to be surprised if something comes back after you present it, they would not be, oh, I didn't know they had the ability to do that.
They shouldn't be surprised. No, I mean, we're assuming they've read through all of that and,
Okay.
and, you know, given it its proper due, but yeah.
Well,
they should-
you
they should-
assuming I've read through all of it too, so. But my point is that I don't think it's an unusual process, at least in my experience on the board. And we had a couple of times ago that somebody was gonna come before this board, and I think they determined not to at the last minute. So, again, I'm trying to understand process and what expectations are, and I think you've answered my question. Thank you.
Let me say this, then I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Cobbins, but this is one of the more difficult things that we do on the board every quarter. And I read every one of those cases. In fact, I had one of the cases I read, and I thought the recommendation was too light. And so I went back to our legal staff and said, tell me why you choose this versus, and they gave me really good information, a lot more deeper than what we got on it. And I was then at that point in time satisfied with the recommendation they made. So I encourage every board member to spend time on these cases. This is really, really important work to do. And as I said before, when Chair Hartgrove, Vice Chair Cobbins, and I were on the board, I think before any of the rest of you are on, I would say every board meeting, there was one or two cases that would be pulled out, and it wasn't uncommon that we would change. Vice Chair Cobbins, you have some comments? All right, so where are we? We have a recommendation on this case to, if he comes back for a license application, that he takes the appropriate training as recommended by Mr. Cobbins.
To clarify, the motion would be to amend the consent order. So in that situation, if approved, we would take it back to him to sign, and it would become before you in November.
Right. All in favor then or this requires a roll call vote too, so, well, we have a motion. Did we get a second?
Second.
Mr. Jensen, seconds, okay. Mr. Griffin, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Cobbins.
Aye.
Ms. Hargrove.
Aye.
Mr. Holt.
Aye.
Ms. Jensen.
Aye.
Ms. McInturf.
Aye.
Mr. Mullenhour.
Aye.
Mr. Morrow. Mr. Wells.
Aye.
Mr. Eby.
Aye.
Chairman Eby, you have 8 ayes.
Thank you. That motion passes. Then we'll take up the other case.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Ms. Quinones.
I move that in this instance, we amend the discipline action to require some form of behavioral or anger management consultation or training for this particular educator should they seek to return to the classroom.
So something that I would add to this particular case, because it's a surrender, when she does apply, she is going to have to be presented before you. And at that time, you could make that a requirement. So, you know, it is as another avenue, as opposed to amending this consent order. So you could, you know, this could be approved now, and then if she does apply, it comes back before you, and then you can make those stipulations.
But what if she applies in another state? Would this get?
Well, the other state wouldn't be hindered by like our stipulations. I mean, they're going to get the report from the National Clearinghouse that she has surrendered her license here. So at that point, it's up to them what they're going to do.
Well, that's fine. I mean, as long as we have within our procedural process that she would have to demonstrate some consultation or training. As long as we have within our procedural process that should she return or seek to return in Tennessee, that she will have demonstrated some form of consultation or training in anger management or behavior, that's fine. So I don't know if that requires a vote or not, but if that's.
I think it does.
Okay.
put it on record.
Okay. So I move that, trying to think, what action would we be taking? That,
We would just move to approve the consent order.
okay.
And then when she comes back, then when she comes back, then we would require her, before she got her license back, to have the training.
Yes.
You understand that?
Yes, I understand. We'll go with what the chairman just said. That's the motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second or not? A second?
Second.
Mr. Mullenhour seconds. Any further discussion? All right, Mr. Griffin, you call the roll?
Mr. Cobbins.
Aye.
Ms. Hartgrove.
Aye.
Mr. Holt.
Aye.
Mr. Jensen.
Aye.
Ms. McInturf.
Aye.
Mr. Mullenhour.
Aye.
Mr. Morrow. Mr. Wells.
Aye.
Chairman Eby.
Aye.
Chairman Eby, you have 8 ayes.
Motion passes. That ends our formal agenda for the day. Are there any final comments that anyone would like to make? Yes, Mr. Wells.
I'm going to get my notes here. So when we discussed the individual education accounts, I think Mr. Mullenhour had a comment to Mr. James about maybe looking at legislation or talking to legislators about an aspect of that. And then I came in with a comment and probably stopped that conversation. So I don't know if we need to formally ask Mr. James to do that or not. But since I interrupted the conversation, I just want to bring it back up. If you remember what we were talking about.
Yeah, I think you were to go back and maybe talk with the legislators about changing that requirement that they have to be in public schools 1 year prior for either the individualized education accounts or the education savings account. Is that correct, Mr.?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Warren, you've probably got them all in your, or half of them in your cell phone number anyway, or your cell phone anyway, so why don't you just text them and you can get that started. I wasn't proposing any kind of formal action on the part of the board as much as just to say, I'll reach out to probably Warren and Nathan and just say, hey, what makes sense and what can we do to help?
Mr. James?
Mr. Chairman and members, I appreciate both perspectives there, and I think if each individual member could just see me a little bit after time so I know right where we are. One of the great things about this job that you all keep me employed in is that when we do formally bring legislation, it's right in our lane. We obviously had the Education Recovery Innovation Commission that was attached to us, and they had some proposals, and that was all right in our lane. And but you have historically given me the latitude to have the conversations and be a resource to our partners in the General Assembly, and that's something I very much appreciate that. I would just want to make sure through individual conversations with members that everybody's kind of in the same place. And I'm certainly happy to have those conversations where possible without necessarily bringing a bill from the State Board of Education specifically, but understanding that this is an issue of great concern to the members of this board. I will certainly give it great attention.
Thank you. Other comments? Dr. Morrison?
No, it's been a busy full day for our member from for your first meeting. Thank you for sticking with us. I just appreciate all the thoughtfulness this board always brings to these tough issues.
Yeah, and I thank each of the board members and for the presenters. It has been 2 full days, but I think we've made good progress. And as we continue just to focus on the students, what we can do to provide them the opportunity for quality education and post-secondary success, our vision. So with that, no objections, meeting is adjourned.